so, more than I expected, even. More than even I expected. I can't even begin. Like, we're not going to waste a whole lot of time. But they did a lot. So, I know little bits and pieces of what happened, but here, while... First of all, we're going to get Danny in. Not today, but soon, to talk about the process of making this. Danny O'Dwyer was the guy who made the doc, the 2-hour documentary. Start with the doc. I haven't seen... I know of some of the stuff that was pushed. I got messaged like they fucking released free TVs. But I didn't watch anything. I know that they fucking released footage of the free TVs demo. Which is the SIGGRAPH 2000 demo is... It's honestly the holy grail of Valve developer stuff. And I didn't see this. The actual 2002 E3 demo as played by Valve is also just fucking nuts. Because it's like, look at the fucking... Look, I've never seen the build of the game. Oh my god, I'm just now looking at it. That's Half-Life 1 style console that pulls up from the top. This is in 4.3, so it must be from that era. And the thing is, right? We have the VMFs for this kind of stuff, but we do not have era-specific code. So it's a lot of guesswork. We have the 2003 demo, but I'm curious how they're recording this. Okay, so this demo has narration. Like, everybody's seen the narration, right? I expect that this would have had, like, a script. Was that recorded in 2000? I'll ask Danny. I'm sure he was behind all of this. But the fact that there's the fucking SIGGRAPH 2000... Oh my god, it's here. And then they're remaking Raising the Bar, dude. They're just re-releasing Half-Life 2 Raising the Bar, but it's expanded to include the episodes. Like, they added Steam Workshop. They did a dev commentary, which I hear isn't that great. They actually added the episodes into a single launcher. The only thing they didn't do was deathmatch. Even though the DLLs for deathmatch and co-op, like, multiplayer stuff are in the game right now. So maybe it's for the future. I don't know. But they've updated the graphics, including the launch day stuff. I mentioned this in the video that they might do that. They did update deathmatch. Yeah, I saw. But they added workshop support. Holy shit. Is that what it looks like? Oh my god. Holy shit. Please read the description of the E3 demo video. The wording got me fucked up. They didn't re-add 2004 ragdolls. I don't think all of it is possible. Oh my god. 20 years later, we're okay with you seeing this stuff. 20 years later, we're okay with you seeing this stuff. Is that enough? Is that enough to convince the guy? Is that enough to convince the guy? Is that enough to convince the guy with the Half-Life discs? I'm in contact with 3 people whom have discs from Half-Life 1's development, all 3 of which are not releasing them until Valve tells them it's okay. One guy has more than Jeff Keighley. A lot more. Everything that Jeff Keighley has, plus more. 20 years later, we're okay with you seeing this stuff. We rescued these old demos from hard drives of ancient computers scattered around the office and are offering them up as high-quality videos. Okay. So I'm actually going to close out of Steam because I'm sure I'm going to get lots of messages. The SIGGRAPH demos, that is, like, insane. Okay, so, Meet Murdoch with the sub. What should I watch?
Huge day, man.
I know.
I love this new era of Valve.
I know! 18 months tier 1. Watch the demos first. Okay. I think they're AI upscaled. They might be. They're probably old recordings. What is SIGGRAPH? It was a conference, right? So, in the year 2000, Valve had a closed-door convention, attended a closed-door developer convention. Oh my god. Oh my god. They had a demo, they did a demo behind closed doors at a developers conference. You didn't mention that Raising the Bar re-release includes episode 3? Along with ideas and experiments for the 3rd episode that never came to be. Okay. When can when can I order that? Oh, I forgot to mention. This was sent to me for free. A profound waste of time, a development archive of Portal 2. I contacted the guy asking if, like, hey, can I have a copy of that? Like, can I buy a copy of that? And he's like, I'll just send you one. So this is a book about the development of Portal 2, by the way. Guys, I'm going to have a panic attack. Okay, we're going to watch the demos first. Okay, a look into the Half-Life 2's development as... Oh. A look into Half-Life 2's development as part of the 20th anniversary. SIGGRAPH 2000, also known as the Free TV's demo, was shown at SIGGRAPH Computer's graphics conference, hot on the heels of the release of the original Half-Life. This is the highest quality video we've still got from this era of Half-Life 2's development. Definitely off of some old digital recorder. They had to go digging for this. Oh my god, this confirms what I heard. Okay, I can't talk about specifics yet, but they're actually archiving shit. They had to go digging for this. Okay, so we've only known secondhand accounts from people who saw it back in the day. And there's one screenshot from it that everybody's seen, and it's the gas mask citizens running down a corridor carrying a television. Reportedly, they scream, "Get your free TVs." And so, ever since then, free TVs has been just an inside joke in this community since I was a kid, since as long as I can remember, but no one has ever seen it. Yeah, this is AI upscaled, but what can you do?
TV! Free TV!
This is absolutely a digital recording from, like, the late 90s.
Get a TV! Get yourself a TV!
You see, we have this map, but none of the scripting survived.
Valve News Runghole Free TV.
Oh my god, they got the Matrix Combine guy and the Civil Protection guy, and they're fist fighting. Oh my god, and the thing bursts into flames. We have the map, right? We don't have any. We knew none of this. Holy shit. Oh, is this the man-witch thing? Oh my god, the view model, and it's using Half-Life 1 HUD, and it's... Oh my god, it's the Half-Life 1 HUD! What the fuck?! Oh. Oh my god. Oh. We have this map too! We don't know how this would have played out!
Beater brothers rejoice.
Man. Is the one Epic player here? Is anybody from the Mega Build team here? Oh, you see, the fact that they had to AI upscale a very old digital recording that's at like 10 FPS means that no, I don't think they still have this build somewhere. I honest to God don't think that this was backed up somewhere. Because if they had to use this digital footage from 25 years ago in order to show it off, I think this was literally all they could find. I had heard that they had requested specific people to organize their archives. I heard that out of nowhere. And I was like, why would they do that? What would be the point of that? They asked somebody to go back.
The day has come.
And like organize
Let's
the
go,
stuff.
boys.
And this is
By
why.
the way, Watchdog first IMO, you get all these demo clips with context, smiley face. They hit even harder than just raw demo footage.
No, it doesn't. I want to see the raw stuff first. Oh my god. Guys, I got into this stuff because of this shit. I have this... Oh, I can't begin to explain how much this shit means. Holy shit, this is hyper era shit. This is year 2000's development assets. Oh man. What was this? It's probably all they have left. It's probably all they have left of this era. Valve was not super duper great with archiving their shit back then. They're not even that great at it now. Hyper Era was 99. SIGGRAPH was early 2000. This is shit from Hyper Era. This build is probably somewhere, like deep somewhere. Thank you for the Twitch tier 1. That's not the Borealis. That's not even the Hyperborea. That's just the Tug. That's how old this is. Valve, thank you so much. I can't... They get it! They get it! I can't believe they get it! Okay, so there was no scripting in this map. It was just to show it off. And we don't have this exact map. We have a variation of Demo Arctic. The rumor is that Axel Gembe, the guy who leaked Half-Life 2 back in 2003, didn't download everything that was stolen off of the drives of Valve. They didn't leak everything. And there's stuff that they had that they didn't get to leak at the same time. And based on how things were listed, it seemed as if it was being uploaded reverse chronologically, going back in time. And so the earliest stuff, none of it leaked. None of it survived. Aside from, like, configuration files from, like from 1999. Wait, a cave? We don't have this map. First of all, there are no clipping through this cave, so this cave might not have collision. The cave is kind of there in the original. I've never seen this before. With like a little building in there? Maybe I have. Oh, it said no clip on in the top left. Okay. So that was Demo Arctic. Is it gonna announce something? Is the council gonna speak? I've never seen it animate like that. Did you see how it like curved when it turned around to the scanner?
HL2 DM server owner here, we need help from Valve. They left the Linux servers on the old update and stock HL2 DM is not workable for us. We rely on SDK 2013 to make custom binaries for our competitive and co-op modifications. Stock HL2 DM was always unstable.
Right. Can we talk about this after, please? Thank you. Thank you for the 5. Get back to me after. The fuck, This is that map underneath. It's gonna go up to Kleiner's map. It's gonna go up to Kleiner's lab, early Kleiner lab. Oh, fucking cremator, man. Look at that cremator model. Look at that fucking cremator model, man. Wasteland scanner. Yeah, we've always known that it was like a model showcase thing. Thank you for the subs. It looks cel shaded. That's because this video is AI upscaled. I think this video was like 320 by 200. Oh, I thought that was dog for a second. That's just the back of the scanner. Wait, is T-Bot in this? No, there's no. That wouldn't make any sense. I don't think T-Bot would be in this. Look at that fucking real fucking gas mask citizen. That's the real one. Mega build, guys, you got a delay. Yeah, so I've played this map many times, but it's missing all the scripting, it's missing all of the maps. Oh boy! Matrix Barney. Not even a Pepsi machine, it's just right into Kleiner's lab. That's going to be red-haired Alex. Oh, man. Holy shit. Okay, so at this, she was just straight up white because she was Captain Vance's daughter. It wasn't until they merged it with okay. She looks like the perfect dark lady. So yeah, at this point, she wasn't related to Eli. That's not Alex. That's... Hey, there's Odell. Damn, these facial animations are better than, like, what's in the game if we're talking idle animations. They're, like, they're following you around, they're looking at you weird, they're making eyebrows and stuff. Oh. I mean, we have this model. It was recycled as a fucking Counter-Strike Source hostage, but...
Sick nasty.
17 months. Yeah, this is showing enough eye tracking. Yeah, obviously. But, like, that's Kleiner's lab. This is, like, this 2000 era Kleiner's lab. This is... It... Oh. They did hint towards Half-Life 3 in the doc. Okay. No, is that the fucking synth crab thing? Are you supposed to see his eye? Oh, man. That's the fucking Sandwalker crab thing. Which I, to this day, assert that they changed because of Halo. Because of Halo's success. Why y'all calling Odessa Cubbage Odell? I don't know. Fuck off. I'm sorry. I've been drinking tonight. Hey, the get out of no clip water sound effect is alive and well in this build from the year 2000. The synth crab thing is in retail at a certain point, but this is like the OG. There's a Strider.
Tyler is like a paleontologist finding new fossils.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, only these fossils are only like 25 years old, and Valve could have released them at any time. Tyler's overrated. That's so true, man. Yeah, it's like the guy is saying. It's a very far away level of detail model of the synth crab. Wait, no clip just sub. Wait, real no clip. Fuck. All right. Hey, Danny. Yeah. So I'm close to tears with we're watching the bait. How much did you have to do with the recovery of these assets? I'm genuinely curious. Was it you that caused this to happen? Because this is totally your MO. And I know that when we talked, and you're like, I can't, if I am working on something, this is what happened, by the way, now that it's up. I asked Danny straight up, you doing that? And he goes, you know I can't fucking answer that question. What the hell are you doing? Hypothetically, if I was, what would you want to see out of it? I can't say anything, sorry, but no, I didn't save these. And the only thing I said to that was, beta. Beta. I want to see beta. Show me more beta. Show me beta, please. Oh my god, I can't believe that we were just... How? Oh my god. God, there's no way in hell I'm ever going to be able to get that to be readable. Yeah, but we're watching the beta stuff and then we're going to watch the doc. Everybody's telling me that the doc is going to make me cry. And seeing a dark and gritty City 17 industrial sector, or no, that was residential sector, with the council and everything, that made me tear up. They're reprinting Raising the Bar, but with more info about the episodes, like I do know a fuck ton about this stuff already, but what's crazy is the SIGGRAPH stuff, in particular, has only ever been through trying to like, extrapolate based on context clues within the 2003 leak, and just word of mouth. Without eyeglass. Eyeglass only. The way game switching in Half-Life 2 works is fucking incredible. You are genuinely not prepared. This hits 1,000 times harder than the Half-Life 1 Anniversary doc. It seems more cartoonishly expressive in 2000. Like, they're still doing the expression tech, and they're still doing great with it, but it seems like they've darkened the eyebrows and made the mouth larger on all the characters, just so that it becomes more apparent what they're doing, and their eyes. Do you know what I mean? This is very cool. Crazy Dave LP3.
Tyler Pores, I'm about to drive home. I need to see you react to the doc. Like 5 minutes away from my house.
Can I react to the beta? We're not going to watch the doc. I have to watch the E3 2002 stuff too. The 20% hammer reflexivity texture. Yeah, that's just a dev texture. We have that too. React to beta. Okay, cool. Danny, you still here? Danny, I apologize. I've been drinking a little bit. It was a party tonight. If you are here, my latest DM, if that's like a no-go, like you can't help with that, that's totally cool. Don't worry about it. Just like let me know so then I can move on. God, I want to hear him talk though. I want to hear this Barney speak. Is all this stuff known about? Not really. Damn, this is so... That they had this working to this extent in the year 2000? Master Crazy RJ5.
So did we just jump in chances of seeing HLX in the spotlight?
I don't know what the hell you mean. What is he gonna... What's he gonna say?
That's one less horror in the world.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Freeman, I got
All
explicit orders not to let you through without your hazard suit on.
That makes sense.
Maybe help is on its way, but I'm not waiting around for it. We gotta get topside. I'm never gonna make it. You better go on without me. Enough to know that if you don't wipe it out, there won't be much for you to come home to. Hello. Hey, Gordon. Sorry, sir, but I can't take much more of this. I just don't know.
Puffy Cheeks just gifted
Maybe.
5 tier 1 subs.
Nope.
Puffy
See you
Cheeks
later.
gifted a tier.
Yep. All that target
It's
range
bit-
time is gonna...
It's bit crushed because Half-Life 1 stuff is already bit crushed, but also this is a digital computer recording from the year 2000. It's gonna be bit crushed.
Pay off today. You have any idea what's going on? Sir, that injury may need some attention soon.
God. Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright, so we're jumping ahead 2 years in development. This is in much higher resolutions. I can actually read this. MMX code enabled, 3D Now code enabled, SSE code disabled, FX processor. Okay, so this is running on an AMD processor using stereos at 16-bit, but at 1125 bytes per second. This is E3 Depot demo. So this is a build from May 20th, 2002. Mid 2002. Half-Life 1, 1.0.1.0, build 2034. This is just straight up built off of Half-Life 1 directly. That's insane. And you see that the ragdoll is like a lower frame rate than the rest of the actual simulation is at a lower frame rate than the canned animations. Do you see that? They had a frame cap on physics. I did not know that, but that makes total sense. Gotta love that OICW, man. So this is the exact way that these E3 maps are meant to be played. Which is not known. They haven't merged deathmatch yet, but I have a feeling they're going to. Is that what the Combine sounded like back then? What the hell? The guy in there is screaming. 100% temp audio, yeah, I know. It's purple under there. Firing on the antlion to help Freeman. What is that saying? Sorry, I didn't make sense in my donation. I meant, are we in the sense of seeing HLX sooner? God, I don't know. Give me time, man. Man, the tiger antlions, look at that! I mean, we have those files, but still. And this is a seafloor into depot level, man. So fucking cool, man. The reload animation has more to it than any... Oh, yes it does. Good call. Man, this is shedding so much light on how the game felt back in the day. That shotgun loads so much faster. Hey, it's the Thumper. Look at that. Tyler, this is like one of your holy grails. The SIGGRAPH one was. This, less so, but still very much yes. So it started with the Wasteland level. I know that the City 17 industrial sector is going to be here. We're going to get to see it in its entire glory. Why is Valve so much open nowadays? I have no idea. How huge is this? It's just one big open area. And they're walking very slow. The gunship droning noises are from the City War chapters. It does sound familiar, yeah. That's just so fucking cool. Shoot the power box. I know that much. Oh, no clipping. No clipping there for a second. Tyler, thank you for covering this stuff. You're welcome. Do I need to get up from the stream because you don't want to take your phone off again?
Okay, so Chris
Okay. That door opened so slowly. That was a different sound. Wait, this was how you were supposed to fight it? Really? Damn, these sounds. Look at that square shadow. Look at that square-ass shadow. That is so intimidating, just hearing the footsteps. Uh-oh. Look at that helmet design. Let me just pose. New Twitch Prime, thanks so much. Yeah, they act a lot like HECU officers. That's crazy. Those door sounds, too. Man, this is nuts. This is so fucking crazy. Butt flag in the new Twitch Prime, and then Liquid Lathe, 2 months on tier 1. Thanks so much.
Valve News Hi.
Hi. This is the E3 2002 presentation, which was canceled. Yeah, this is getting into the depot. Whoa! An anonymous gifter just gifted...
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to cause
20 subs. Holy shit. Dude, thank you so much. I can see why they canceled it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the game wasn't ready yet. From a gameplay perspective. Holy shit, we're gonna see this in action. Oh my god. Wait, are they not going to have their conversation? That is just a cube map. Man, these sounds are so much different than I expected. My god, that the low-ass frame rate for physics simulation is crazy. Oh, Kleiner's Lab 2002, was this to showcase physics? Aw, alright. This is 2002. I think this is Hyperborea, right? Oh, bye. Okay, bye. Is it Borealis? Hyperborea was 99, 2000. Okay. No, this isn't AI upscaled. This isn't AI upscaled. This is just original footage from a build from back then. They might have recorded it, like, recently. And it's possible that the build from 2002 didn't support widescreen. That Albright Laboratories thing. Alright, Stalkers. Stalkers official. Official Stalkers. Is Cubbage gonna be... I mean, is Odell gonna be, is Odell in the 2002 map? That reload animation for the OICW is insane. We never got a yellow barrel. That is so true. Oh yeah, did that yellow barrel fucking explode? I don't remember blue barrels being rusty. I mean, I've played this map in particular dozens of times. It was a fire extinguisher that exploded, by the way. Oh, man.
Sorry, I'm trying to... You didn't happen to pocket my keys thinking they were yours, did you? Yeah, I can't find my keys.
I mean, where'd you put your keys?
I set them in your kitchen.
Yeah, I might have. I handed keys to Electra. We got people here. Those fire effects look more impressive than pre-Orange Box Half-Life 2. They do, but I mean, At the tail end of a game, Valve's always like, that dude's walking out like nothing's happening. So the sound of picking up weapons is chuck chuck. Chuck chuck. You think they still have anything from pre-pitch era? Yeah, probably. Did the gravity gun exist in this game? The physics gun did. What we know is the gravity gun right now, no. What are we looking at? This is the canceled E3 2002 presentation that Valve put together for Half-Life 2 back in the day, and then didn't do, and then canceled it because it wasn't ready for prime time, and no one has ever seen this actual presentation before. Damn, that's crazy. Even now, that's impressive. Who's that voice? That voice was my brother. That pistol sound. That's so fucking cool. Oh, dude, you're screwed. That's too many of them. E3 Strider. I've never seen this. This is Vertigo. This looks a hell of a lot more like what we got. This looks insane. I have never seen this map before. The OICW in 2002 was kind of the powerhouse weapon, huh? It's in there, it just doesn't work well in 2003 engine. The lighting looks fantastic. I guess, like, whatever version of this map I've seen, it doesn't look this good. But this looks like Half-Life, this looks like Eastern European, they must have... Holy shit. This is 2002. This is May 2002. They had this look in May of 2002. God, the sounds were so beefy back then. So they kind of recycled this thing a bit in 2003. So this would have been a Street Wars level. He's again gonna use a grenade to kill it. And it's 2 shots. 3 shots. 4 shots. 5 no, the 4th one didn't connect. 5, 6, 7, 8. Holy shit, and it just flies right back. That's actually sick. Did you see Alex? Oh my god, it's old voice Alex. Did you see Alex just, like, teleport? Did you see that? Holy shit. Did you see that? She teleports.
Over here. Come on. Follow me.
Old Alex voice. And it's gonna be the Hydra sequence. It's gonna be the Hydra sequence. Why are you going so slowly on that? Terminal Plaza. Damn. Evil Chunk, thank you for the 500 ARS. I've seen this map so many goddamn times. I'm gonna point out some differences. Yeah, this was like as top of the line as you got at this point. So saying like, oh, PS2 games didn't look like this in 2004. Is this 2003? This is still 2002. They had the Eastern European look in 2002. So the New York style City 17 stuff is much older than that. Yep, there's the elevator. And look at that, Half-Life Alyx used this. The big-ass cables coming down from the Citadel. Portal sound! Thank you for the follows. Are we gonna see the guy see me going across, the two guys, and then they're gonna go into their little hideout in the roof? He's gonna be like, tap him on the shoulder, and they're gonna lower it down. Yep, there they are. I feel like they went back to this map when they remade Alyx. Maybe. The sounds are so different, right? So, like, here's the thing. Because these maps are being played in the LeakNet 2003 build, the sounds are not accurate because we don't have the sounds that they replaced, right? So this is the first time I'm hearing any of this shit. The television store, yep. Are we gonna get to see the parade? Like the actual parade in its entire glory, like it's supposed to be seen? Oh. Look at those floating breads. Little loaves of bread. Combine guard. Yo. Holy shit. That's what it looked like? That's what it looked like? So they had like selective... Oh! Oh! What?! I have never... The Combine guard punching through that door and then a camera looking through. Never seen that in my life. Didn't know that existed. I have done thousands of hours of research on the development of this game. I had never seen that. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know that the Combine guard gun did like a black dome and like a television static dome. I don't know if that's a glitch in the engine or that's what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, this is Trap Town. Ravenholm before Ravenholm, and it's just this bridge. Probably temp. Yeah, it's probably a placeholder effect, but still, holy shit, that looks so cool. It's a glitch. It's supposed to look like the Strider cannon thing. Oh, so it's supposed to look like a ripple in the air. Like heat haze. Like how you can see sound. Like a sound, like the speed of sound. Okay. World portal here. Okay, so this is the full map. So it seems like, yeah, I've said this before already, but it seemed like you could tell the engine what parts, what physical like, okay, ragdolls can have a higher frame rate than props or gibs or things like that. Yeah, so the Trap Town, the Ravenholm levels are probably the oldest surviving levels in the entire game. Like the reason why Ravenholm is so dark is because it's covering up just how basic the brushwork is compared to the rest of the game. Do you ever think Valve will do this for Portal on its anniversary? Yeah. At this point, yes. So, yeah, the Orange Box 20th will be huge. Will I do episode 1 20th? Probably not, no. Will they do episode 2 20th? Probably not, no. Will they do TF2 20th?
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Exactly. 10 months on Prime, thank you so much. Oh my god, what am I watching? A claymation? So cool. Oh, there was more to the 2002 demo than that. They had the fucking industrial sector with the child labor in the stenographer's cavern. Ah. And that was so cool. So, and also, I've seen the E3. We've all seen the E3 2003 showcase. Like, many, 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 many times. So I'm not gonna rewatch that right now. I'll watch it in my own time. This is a new render. What are they doing new renders for? Okay, so that's a new gravity gun model, by the way. That's a new Alex Vance model. That's a new Gordon Freeman model. That's a new Alex gun model. Okay. I was told this was going to make me cry. Danny, I don't know if you're still here, but I'll DM you that I'm watching the doc now.
I always had been doing since my childhood a bit of urban exploration.
Yo, we
So
got
I love to break
Dishonored
through
guy.
a window of an abandoned factory
Got
or
Victor
building or train
Antonov.
station. So that's one of my hobbies. Used to be, what's on the roofs of buildings? You know, what's in an abandoned building cellar and in a factory. We did a lot of work on this.
You really went to these places with Victor. That's fucking insane. That is insane that you went to, with Victor to these places. That's
At the time when I did my first photo shoot of the Austerlitz station, it was under construction. But then there was no security guards, no fences. Even you can just walk and see the broken textures and layers of paint and brick and history. And it was just so cool that I can get this information.
That is crazy how much these pictures look like the game. Yes.
Did you take my mouse?
No.
Maybe it's upstairs.
I left your mouse upstairs.
Oh.
Yeah. God damn it.
And it happens.
$2.
There is a cool Easter egg at the bottom of the website if you click on the gravity gun.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
To be completely destroyed and under construction again. And it just goes back, luckily, coincidentally, to the exact same state where I shot it 25 years ago, actually.
Bring him back for Half-Life 3. Danny. Most of the original team. But the story of Half-Life 2's development is more complex than that of the first game. Several internal and external factors contributed to a long and often arduous development cycle. Much of this story has never been told until now. E3 2003 as G-Man.
So one of the big challenges with Half-Life was just establishing the company.
Dude, he wouldn't even meet you anywhere. You had to go onto his super yacht to interview him. What was that like? What was that like?
And sort of determining whether or not we could actually make video games at all. Like, my background was operating systems and spreadsheets. Mike Harrington, who was the co-founder, had a similar background. He had a little more game experience than I did. But with Half-Life, you know, we were pretty sure we were going to fail. And then Half-Life was successful. It was like a lot more successful than we had any reason to expect. And now we had to follow it up, right? We didn't want to have a sophomore slump. We didn't want to be a one and done kind of company. So now we had the terrifying obligation to our customers and to our fans to somehow advance our game design skills, our technology, all needed to level up for the second game.
I think a bunch of us were really shocked by the success of Half-Life 1. We were this young, unproven company.
Kelly,
I don't
please.
think any of us really knew what to expect.
Please, Kelly, please.
Hey,
One last... What?
I'm leaving.
Where are you going?
Chris's.
Well, how am I going to get there?
He's driving me.
Oh, okay. Love you. Give me a kiss.
That's warm.
Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. No, actually give me your husband.
I'm on camera, though.
They can't see you.
Yeah, they can when I lean in, look.
Okay, I'll lean further back out. Just... Okay, love you. Jeez. Just for the last game, just one last game. Everybody wants to make this game so that they can retire without that blemish on their career. Kelly, come back.
When we finished the game, I remember when we started working on Half-Life 2, we had already set the bar pretty high for ourselves.
So during Half-Life 2, what we were really trying to do is take advantage of the visibility that Half-Life had created for us in the industry to continue to hire the best people that we could find in the world. It just got easier. The bar didn't get any lower, but the fact that we had, it went from, hey, this weird dude who worked on operating systems wants to convince you he can run a game company, to, oh, Half-Life won a bunch of awards, and now they're working on a sequel to that.
It was either my first week or my first day was actually the going away party for Mike Harrington, the co-founder.
Yeah, I came to Valve when it was just tiny. We had, I think, or maybe 10 or so people.
It's that guy.
Dave and I grew up together in Louisiana, so he and I had always talked about maybe starting a game company at some point. And during Half-Life, that kind of changed to maybe instead of that, the dream could be you come and work here at this one, with me.
Yeah, and I interviewed the day that Half-Life went gold, and I took the team photo of.
Yeah, there's like an old photo of us. We broke a paper mache head crab and everything.
Yeah, I was freaking out.
Yeah.
I was actually working on a video game concept in high school, and I was seeking a mentor, and I got in touch with Mark Laidlaw at Valve. I guess it was the right time and right place.
She made a lot of the wardrobe and wooden furniture models.
And quite a bit of luck, and I ended up getting an internship that way. I guess I was 17 at the time.
So you've got a whole company that's familiar with tools.
Bailey did way more than just audio and soundtrack. Come on.
Tools and a whole process, and then we just started over. Like, we rebuilt the tools and we rebuilt the engine. So we had this long period of time where we could sort of take our time on design, and so we spent a lot of time working on story and just trying to figure out how to make this thing bigger, like somehow more epic.
City 17 minimap? City 17 minimap? City 17 minimap 2. Government building, train station.
And those discussions eventually led to this idea that, so in Half-Life 1, you open this portal, some strange rift to another dimension, and we thought, well, what if that broadcasts this signal to the universe that's like, oh, there's this planet there, it's free air and water. And so then we sort of came up with this idea of, well, there's this mega organization that's resource starved, and they're just gonna come and take it if they can.
How many years passed between? 6?
Yeah.
So I would say the first 2 years, we tried a lot of things, and a lot of those stories.
Oh my God, it's Cave Johnson.
That we had initially didn't have really any carryover from Black Mesa or any of that.
There was originally going to be three different alien races, like the bugs or religious ones, and the antlions actually came out of that bug race that was supposed to be a much bigger part of the game.
It had 3 alien races, the warrior aliens, the insect aliens, and the spy aliens, and it had like a Prague-like city, which ended up being the closest thing to City 17.
In a lot of ways, it reminds me of writing music. Everyone was sort of riffing ideas on, well, what if we did this or tried that? I remember we were really ambitious at the beginning. I remember we designed, 4 cities at one point? Prague, Jerusalem, Chicago, Los Angeles, I believe. We had an Arctic base, an underwater base, an icebreaker ship, an airplane sequence that crashed into a high-rise, which we cut right after 9/11. We had several combine bases in the wasteland. We had the air exchange, which is where they were taking, the atmosphere from Earth. We had a train depot and so on. So we really obviously had to scale back.
It wasn't all City 17. The opening was Chicago, but the Street Wars wouldn't have been the same city. Hold on. I gotta find a notebook or something. That's why there were U.S. military. No, they didn't have 17 cities. They had 4 cities. He's saying he had 4 cities. Here we go. I'm writing down stuff that I'm learning. 4 total cities. Jerusalem, LA, Chicago. What else did he say?
Base, an underwater base, an icebreaker. Los Angeles, I believe. Chicago cities at one point. Prague, Jerusalem, Chicago.
So it's not, holy shit, it's not that they discovered different art styles. They were different cities. The city underneath the Vertigo Tower would have been Chicago. But they never... It wasn't iteration on City 17. They were different cities. They had different art styles for each of the cities. Different art styles for each. Holy shit. And then the 3 alien races. Warriors. Religious. Spies. So, like, think that female assassin. We're gonna be here a long time. And then bugs. Antlions. Holy shit.
So, Los Angeles, I believe. We had an...
Dave Riller knows so much about the air exchange because Dave Riller was the one that mapped the air exchange.
Arctic base, an underwater base, an icebreaker ship, an airplane.
Arctic base would have been weather control. Underwater base is Kraken base. Icebreaker ship is Borealis.
Plane sequence that crashed into
the C-130 into the Vertigo,
which we cut right after 9/11. We had several combine bases in the wasteland. We had the air exchange, which is where they were taking, the atmosphere from Earth. We had a train depot and so on. So we really obviously had to scale back what we were trying to do. But that's okay to go a little bit nuts at the beginning.
I saw it almost as like sophomore anxiety, maybe. Oh wow, we have to surpass Half-Life, and Half-Life was important, and so it was like this, like, unbounded ambition.
And we kept asking ourselves, and Gabe kept asking, well, how is this Half-Life? Where, you know, when you have a silent first-person narrator, you could tell people this is Gordon and throw that character into literally any environment and say, yeah, this is Half-Life. But unless the environment is telling you that that's the case, you're not. It's very arbitrary. So we wrestled with that a long time. Slowly, the sort of grab bag of characters we had, we started.
Eli's Den, is this new art? See, I haven't read Raising the Bar in a very long time.
Feel like there was connections between them, and then at some point we realized, oh, we could make this out of the science team, the survivors from Black Mesa, and suddenly that for me was the idea of it's the science team. That suddenly you could put those guys anywhere, and because they have like a familial interconnectedness and they recognize Gordon, that will make you feel like it's a continuation of this story. Like obviously Alex was totally new to that universe, but she had a father who had been at Black Mesa, and he and the other scientists were friends, and they had extended their relationship into this new world that you were in. That was kind of the click, was the science team, and that was a while till we got there.
You know, much like the first one where all the contributors were really collectively deciding on the direction, as we were really making a push to grow the team and hire new artists. You know, Zabi Ng was an influential early contributor. I think, you know, he and I were doing character designs for Gordon and for Alex and for some of the antagonist Combine characters.
At the time, I was looking at a lot of, I mean, really the helmets, which I think are kind of one of their defining features, was based off some gas masks from Europe that I had seen in some reference. I remember doing early concepts of the new HEV suit, like what's Gordon gonna be now? And I had kind of just started, and so I was like, I'm gonna make this my own. It looked, I guess, kind of like the still suits in Dune, but black and a lot more belt buckles and latex. And Gabe was just kind of like, what's this? Like, it's Gordon. I was like really proud and excited. It's like,
Tyler, I am desperate to go to bed, so take my money to confirm whether this will be a VOD or not, because I can't miss it.
I will upload the VOD, yeah.
Why is it not orange? You know, it's like, or something to that effect of essentially like, why are you giving up this iconic part of the character?
People love it.
Yeah, people love that. So what are you doing? And it's like, you know, I was like, yeah, I guess he's right. So we kind of went back to the drawing board and ended up with what shipped.
And we had like, I don't know, so many creatures that we tried and abandoned, you know, not because they were bad, because we had better things to pursue, you know, more like there were the sack ticks, the cremator, the crab synth, the stalkers
like
as an enemy.
We had a little bit in the game,
Yeah,
right?
we shipped the stalkers, but not as an adversary that you fought.
Yeah, there was definitely an evolution of how biological versus how synthetic a lot of the creatures in Half-Life 2 were. And I was always hoping to get to a space where it was ambiguous, you know, where you couldn't quite tell if this was created or if it had grown or if it was natural or synthetic.
You guys knocked it out of the park with the cremator, though. Here's the thing. 99% of the cut enemies and cut monsters or characters or creatures or whatever you want to call them, I get it. Like that thing, that thing looks fucking weird. But you had it with the cremator. You knocked it out of the fucking park with the cremator.
Biological versus how synthetic a lot of the creatures in Half-Life 2 were. And I was always hoping to get to a space where it was ambiguous, you know, where you couldn't quite tell if this was created or if it had grown or if it was natural or synthetic.
There was some synths I did that never shipped. Actually, we did ship them. They were at the end of the game when you're going through the Citadel. I had designed these synths that no animator could figure out how to actually move because they weren't built to move.
And much like some of the...
Shout out to Matt Wood wearing a Little Kitty Big City hoodie. Rep your shit, Matt. Love it.
Environments that we've seen, you know, released in the leak that were very dark. Some of the early Half-Life stuff was also very dark. You know.
Wait. Wait. Is this dude talking about the leak as it pertains to our cult? Like, huh? They never talk about. Are you kidding?
Move. And much like some of the environments that we've seen, released in the leak that were very dark, some of the early Half-Life stuff was also very dark. But at the time, video games were very dark.
In the interim, before we hired Fletcher, and before Victor was there, because it was the old environments, right? I don't remember how it came about that they built this level, but the idea was there was some looting going on. And the idea was you're in this little alley and you see a citizen, you hear a voice saying, "TV! Free TV!" Like they just got into the TV store and there's the citizens and the cops are fighting and you see a citizen run past you holding a TV set and he goes, "Get one, get a TV, get yourself a TV." And then he runs off down the thing and you go in another courtyard and there's a cop with a nightstick and a citizen and they're like having a fist fight. And it's interesting because the NPCs are negotiating their bounding boxes and there's some animation like how difficult it is to contact.
We captured everything. We took pictures of whiteboard design sessions.
Feral citizen. Virtual scientist. Metrocop helmet as physics object. We documented everything. When did he say that?
Interesting because the NPCs are negotiating their bounding boxes and there's some animation like how difficult it is to contact.
We captured everything.
He says that at 12:57, and it's Dave.
We took pictures of whiteboard designs.
I'm gonna have to download the 4K file and extract frames, and then do a slight, very, very conservative AI upscale on it.
Sessions, there were...
That fucking guy. Victor, this is bullshit. Okay.
Really crude drawings and ideas.
Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. This is like 2001. Oh no, 2002. Is this early 03? The red dots are like, we're probably going to cut that. We've already seen this from what I know. Explain your thoughts? Impossible. No, not right now. This is from late 2002. Late 2002, they still had Eli's base. After Ravenholm. You get to the Ravenholm from the quarry, from the canals. The Breen Plaza is still here.
Some of the...
It keeps going. Oh my god, it keeps going. Okay. This is Kraken base. This is fucking Kraken. Holy shit! This is the flow of Kraken base.
The stuff from the very beginning made it all the way to the end. Ravenholm, antlions, dog, Kleiner's pet head crab, and those things were just so fun in the moment that how could they not survive, right? The other thing that was really memorable is I remember we started making the world really dystopian, really dark at the beginning, and some of the concept art shows that. We didn't think players would enjoy spending 20 to 40 hours in such a dark and a kind of oppressive setting. So
why is Kraken Base such a big why is Kraken Base such a big deal? Because we have very, very little of Kraken Base in general, right? And so a lot of restorations of Kraken Base are guesswork, just straight up. There's very, very little out there, and that's the whole flow of what the level
considerably over time. But still maintained the feeling of a security state.
So I was trying to get all these cool ideas that the team had already when I arrived.
This is the inspiration of Parapetia,
and streamline them. Instantly, I think we were
so it's a lost
friends
level?
with Mark Laidlaw.
Yeah.
We had a common sort of vision and fantasy to create a Orwell-like city. And then slowly, I brought context.
See, I don't know what art is new and not, because I don't know every single piece of Half-Life 1 concept art, but I don't think that what I just saw I've ever seen before.
Orwell-like sort of vision and fantasy to create a Orwell-like city.
I've seen that. I've never seen this.
And then slowly, I brought context behind that. The idea that we can place this in an anonymous Central Eastern European city.
I've seen that.
Which is a perfect setting because, in these countries there were so many waves of invasions. We had the Ottoman Empire, we had the Russians, and now why not the aliens?
And one of the first maps I remember working on was called Test Room Standards. On Half-Life, every level designer kind of had their own idea of how big stairs were or how big steps were going to be or how big a button was. Make sure we had some consistency. Another thing that was sort of important was just getting more people to go on field trips and going to do research. Because I think a lot of the level designers on Half-Life 1, just were building very abstractly. And so we wanted to have some more grounding in reality and have more realistic proportions, and also just get textures were going from hand painted to more photographic. And so we would go out and collect a lot of the pictures for those textures to start building for our new library.
I joined Half-Life 2 probably a year after it had started. I know that it was at least a year because I was put on Borealis, which was like everybody else had disowned. But then I came along and said, oh, well, I guess this is now your problem. So I started on Borealis, and of course I failed at that too. I eventually got cut.
Yeah, so I came in having had experience doing game AI. I was at Looking Glass Studios. Probably the biggest thing I did there was lead programmer on Thief, the Dark Project, the AI for that too. And actually my first thing is they handed Borealis to me to do
after I'd finished?
To do the AI for the guy that you're supposed to walk through the Borealis ship with.
There was a bunch of work put into it. We even went on an icebreaker ship to get reference. As soon as we started to put it together, we realized how unbelievably tight the space was, and you could never make any kind of really interesting combat in it, and so it just withered on the vine right there.
I mean, when I started, there was that document that was the tech wish list.
Yes.
It was just this very bare bones bullet list of tech features. And I mean, I think it was like 6 years of work to build that tech list and then realize it into a product and leverage all the implications of it,
So this was a main feature that the light felt very, very realistic and intuitive because of the source engine and the collaboration between artists and engineers. Ken Birdwell, and he was a fan about photography and getting the lighting right.
The math that we were using was wrong. And not only that, the math that everybody was using was wrong. And then as I started to correct it,
oh my God, that's just so much. These are in widescreen. That somebody went back to the builds.
I realized just how bad it was, and then I fixed it, and suddenly everything looked great. I had to go tell the hardware guys, the people who made hardware accelerators, that fundamentally the math was wrong on their cards. That took about 2.5 years. I could not convince the guys. Finally, we hired Gary McTaggart and Charlie Brown, and those guys had enough pull and enough. I have a fine arts major. Nobody's going to listen to me.
Charlie and I met at college at the University of Florida. We were both getting computer science degrees. Yes. I ended up dropping out to go work at 3DFX as employee 11 there. And then I think, Charlie, you actually graduated, didn't you?
I graduated and then followed you, and I was 17 there.
Yeah.
I was 17 there.
There were three kind of principles. One was to make something that was immersive, visually really rich and appealing, something more like you would see in a film, and the art direction and the technology to make that happen. Second one was to have characters that you cared about. So basically that could
oh my God,
that mattered in the world instead of just being signposts. Third was to have a responsive environment with physics that mattered.
I think that I, maybe more than other people, realized just how big of a task we were setting for ourselves. So I was a little bit daunted by that.
We felt the pressure from Gabe actually to double down and make something even grander than Half-Life 1. Therein lies the sort of little bit of the trap of Half-Life 2's development story, which went from being a pretty quick, let's figure out how to do this to like a 6-year, slog.
Yeah, and it was like, 6-7 days a week, 10 to 14 hours a day.
Yeah, we're going to cut your feature. Sorry, it's just not worth it.
So I ended up being really the point person working with the FBI.
I remember coming in that morning and figuring it out, and it just felt like someone had just punched me in the gut.
What's this mean? Can we still keep working on the game? Is someone just going to release the whole game tomorrow?
I definitely was not shielded from that.
I remember one conversation with Gabe, which is he was like, so how fucked are we? Yeah, we're kind of screwed.
The company was pretty close to going bankrupt. I was pretty close to going personally bankrupt. It's like there was no money left.
I can't think of another case when that happened. Yeah, a real bullshit move.
Are we allowed to cry in this documentary? That's what I want to know.
I am 19 minutes through a 2-hour documentary. What the fuck is happening?
Remember, we shipped Half-Life 1, and, the world loved it, and we're just super happy. Yeah, we did this thing, and we had a big meeting, and Gabe looks at me and goes so all the animations are terrible. How are you going to make Half-Life 2 better?
In Half-Life 1, we made what were at the time significant improvements, but still they were fairly robotic and mechanical, and so we had to go and do a huge amount of work on the animation system and on the facial animation system and coming up with authoring tools that allowed you to do it.
Well, end of the line.
A lot of this was level designer design, figuring out how to build atmosphere. We knew that we wanted to start you off seeing the Citadel right away. And we wanted to introduce you to the city with this great voice acting from Robert Culp. We wanted to finally do real characters. We knew that from Half-Life 1, the way that players would respond to having any character talk to them was way beyond the reaction that we expected. When we figured this out in playtesting, if Barney would follow you around and shoot things, you just love this guy, and you love the scientist, and you love these characters. So we knew we wanted to just bring that way up to the next levels beyond what we could imagine.
And the theory was if we could make a character who could act realistically, that would help the player make an emotional connection to the other characters in the game. And at the time we decided we were going to do that, not only did none of the technology work, but I would go talk to industry professionals and they would tell me not to bother because you couldn't do it. Luckily found a research work done in the 70s by Dr. Paul Ekman. And he had just broken down how the face works and how humans make expressions. And he had this incredibly wonderful, formal, clinical description of what a face does and the sorts of things that normal people do with their face.
I tried this experiment with putting a grid on Scott Lynch's face and shooting him from the front and the side so that we could get points from this grid in 3 space for the geometry, and we got shots of his texture, and we found a good way to model a reasonable head, of his geometry, and then project the texture onto it, and then abstract it or stylize it enough so that it didn't look totally photographic, but it looked like a kind of a real person.
Occasionally, when somebody hears the history, it will, generate a light bulb. But no, I don't get accosted.
No one's asking you for beers or anything?
No, or buying me beers.
We added Ken's eye tech to that, which was amazing because he really modeled and he went deep into the research of how eyes work.
Eyeballs was about 9 months, just on eyeballs. But you have to do each step. You have to get the shape of the eye right. You have to get how the eyelid gets pushed by the cornea and the ball of the eye. So as your eyes move around, your lower lid, your upper lid, all of those get shifted slightly, and it's all automatic. It was wonderful. The day I got it working, the characters went from looking like interesting dolls to, Alex just looked at me, oh my God, this is working.
They would ask for surprising things at times, like they wanted really fine control over looking at named objects in the 3D world, no matter what direction the actor is facing. So you had to figure out things about, maybe the upper body needs to turn and the head needs to turn and the eyes need to turn.
So we're in the elevator coming back from Starbucks to get morning coffee.
Holy shit.
And we saw this face, and it's like, that's him. That's the scientist. And he was an accountant in the firm below ours in Kirkland.
Yeah, nothing kind of blows your mind when you've been working all day on this character in your game, and all of a sudden you get on the elevator and you're like, holy crap, it's him.
I once ran into him at the airport.
So we cast people that were real change vendors in front of supermarkets. We cast waiters in restaurants.
When I was in junior high school, I took karate classes, and that was my old karate instructor.
Andy Lundeen said, hey, there is a guy holding a sign for work at this exit on 520 every day who has this great face, and he took a picture of his face, and he stopped and asked if he could. And so it's like, oh, this is great. I think this guy's Eli. We brought him in and, paid him a couple $100, which is what we were paying people back then. And so that's where he came from.
Erdine Grcic was a Bosnian friend that I knew from school. He was like, we want the East European contingent and stuff too, so it was pretty interesting.
We wanted anybody to feel a part of the world when they're playing it as a player, and so, we found people from pretty much every skin color, different ages, male and female, equal numbers of males and females.
Oh.
Sadly for them, they all had to share the same voice actor.
Woke?
Sadly for us, too.
We dropped a crate of rockets coming across the plaza. We hoped for one more fighter to help storm that barricade. We never dreamed it would be you.
Kleiner's Lab was the first prototype that we did of how characters could work together in a scene.
Yeah, it was like a proof of concept. Yeah. We kind of had to make that work, And
it's just, I know he's not, but I can't not look at that guy and be like, what is Cave Johnson doing there? Cave, you don't work at Valve. You sell fucking shower curtains. What are you doing here, Cave?
Everything we could into it at the time to test all the technology and then know from there what can we do, what else can we do with this.
Turning it into a performance that would be engaging rather than just audio, radio play kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, that was the point where
oh, that's okay.
That scene was where it all started to.
Wait, what is this? Is this from? He wasn't sure, but he found a trigger that was enough to get started. This is from Raising. Okay.
Come together all our theories and hopes for what the experience might be.
And it all went completely smoothly. It was out of the box. It was amazing.
The most difficult technical aspects are really kind of boring. They're okay, the character is running through AI and now they need to jump in and do hug another character. Now they need to pick up something from the desk, and that thing on the desk can move, and where the character is can move, and where the player is can move, and everything about this whole scene can move dynamically. And to get to that stage where it just looks right is this huge technical challenge and artistic challenge. But once it's done, it's just amazing.
Gordon, you're looking at me again.
Gordon, snap out of it.
Staring at me again.
You're staring at me again.
Warming up nicely.
Was Jeff Keighley involved in this doc at all?
Swap out the polarizer?
No!
I remember when we got Fletcher on, and he would kind of teach us about how they did things at Disney, and they would bring in acting coaches for the animators. What does sarcasm look like? Certain expressions, and there's a timing to those expressions. And
when you have a scene with multiple characters, it's not always the person talking that's doing the acting, right? Everybody's acting. Even though you may be looking at Kleiner because he's the one talking, every character in that scene around you, behind you, they're all doing stuff because not everybody's going to be looking at the same place.
Yeah, I remember even just like when Alex teleports and then you see her show up on the screen, right?
Oh, that was
and she's
incredible.
Heads over, gives him a quick kiss, and it tells you so much about the relationship without having to say, "Hi, Dad, I love you," and all this extra heavy-handed stuff. So.
Jake was a random demo reel that was sent in. That was incredible.
Jake was incredible.
Jake was incredible.
Yeah.
Jake was
that guy.
One of a kind.
Yeah,
Jake
that guy.
was incredible.
Amazing technical animator.
Yeah, I mean, Jake was one of those guys that, whatever needed to be done, he would figure it out and just make it happen, with it.
It'll just get done correctly.
I think also the context of when all this was taking place, like the problems that he was helping solve were just things that weren't being done. Even something as simple as...
Okay, so some of the builds that they're showing here, is Danny using LeakNet here? Somebody in this chat would be able to pick that out. Are these unique builds like that they pulled off of Valve Archives, or is Danny pulling assets from the community? Some of it is LeakNet, yeah? Okay.
Passing someone an object between two characters sounds super simple, but actually really complex, especially back then.
Yeah.
And so
widescreen
really
clips of the older models are from an older build they were given. Wait. He was given an old build. LeakNet is the community fixed build of the Half-Life 3 beta leak.
Like, how do we even do this in collaboration with the programmers?
Zobby wanted to do a goo thing, so I worked on the shader for that. I did the stuff for rendering that and all the little monitors everywhere that showed other scenes. I did the refraction shaders and the supporting code for that. The shaders didn't really have conditionals or loops or anything like that, so we would unroll it all and compile a bazillion shaders. It got to the point where it was so many shaders and it took so long to compile that we, I think Mike DeSalt implemented distributed building system. Everyone's machine in the company was running something that could sit there and compile shaders all the time or do lighting for the levels or whatever.
It's all like any opportunity to kind of add to the visual storytelling, I think was...
Yeah, and I think we hid the first G-Man sighting there.
He was one, that's right, he was one of the monitor.
Yeah.
It would flip to him, yeah.
And then he'd just walk out of frame.
The moment where you see him makes you...
It's crazy how his natural speaking voice... Oh my god, I know, it's like, it's not a big deal. I've spoken to him, but it's just like the moment he starts speaking, it's like, oh! That's Barney!
Out of frame.
The moment where you see him makes you realize there must be a lot of moments where you didn't know he was watching you. He's not Big Brother. That doesn't make sense to me that he would be a Big Brother, because that's sort of industrial and bureaucratic. And this is much more intimate. He's always over your shoulder, watching, waiting for the moment to Speak. That's where I think he.
That's so fucking great.
My name is Mike Shapiro, and I am G-Man. I am also Barney. And, you know, Barney's not, he's not that far from, you know, G. Gordon, like, he's not that far from where I live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's so fallible and you know, he's always tripping over himself, and that he's just such a good guy, you know? Not necessarily the most capable, but just really there for you.
God, I miss,
Get that thing away from
I
me.
miss Barney
Yeah,
so
my
damn
bad.
much.
Hop up.
I think early on I had a sense that G-Man knew a lot and was taking care of a lot that we didn't quite understand, was kind of enjoying fucking with people and massaging reality in a way that he had a unique capacity to do. There were also aspects to him that I knew pretty early on, like his relationship to time is very different than you or I would think. In my mind, he could literally be in two places at once, and so sometimes there was a kind of an implied hitch in his timing, or he's experiencing two or three different moments at once, and that might be funny for a reason that you don't know because you're only in one time with him at a moment.
The right man.
That's fucking crazy. I have never thought about that. He speaks the way he does because he's experiencing multiple things at the same time. So it's not a dialect thing, it's a perception thing. It's not alien pretends to be human, it's superhuman pretends to be normal human. That's his view. Yeah, that's true. That is his view. But, I mean, come on. Mark is not writing the Half-Life 3 story. Shapiro gets to choose some stuff about the G-Man. He is the G-Man. Are you kidding me? If Mike has an idea for the G-Man, he's going to tell Wolpaw and Pinkerton and be like, I don't know if the G-Man would be... You know what I mean? They would take his advice. That's sick. Go back to Mike speaking in the voice again.
Really there for you. That's sort of industrial and bureaucratic. And this is much more intimate. He's always over your shoulder, watching, waiting for the moment to speak.
You see, him saying speak and not arrive is so fucking G-Man. Because it's like, I'm waiting for the moment to, and I'm waiting for him to say arrive, but then saying something I'm not expecting. That is so G... Oh my god. I am a 27-year-old man. I have a mortgage. I own a car. I have a college degree. I feel like I'm 10 years old right now. Oh, man. I'm married! Oh my god, I feel like I felt when I was, like, starting this channel. I'm absolutely gonna cry during this. See, here's the thing, right? These last few months have been hella hard for numerous reasons, and it's none of your damn business, but a lot has happened personally. And so you know how sometimes you know you're due for a cry? I'm coming into this in a mental state of, like, I'm kind of already due for a cry to, like, let some stuff out. I'm coming into this with that. I want to hear it again.
Industrial and bureaucratic. And this is much more intimate. He's always over your shoulder, watching. Wait.
I guarantee you Danny is behind the camera going... Drama queen Tyler, lick my
For the
taint.
moment to speak.
Oh my god. You
That's
can
where-
hear Danny in the background being like, The render was
I
made by...
think he
Okay, so it's not a new
lives.
render from Half-Life 3. That's
My name
fine.
is Mike Shapiro, and I am G-Man. I am also Barney. And, you know, Barney's not... He's not that far from, you know, G. Gordon. Like, he's not that far from where I live. You know, he's so fallible and you know, he's always tripping over himself. And that...
Half-Life Alyx was amazing, right? But Half-Life Alyx was not a Half-Life Alyx was like a celebration of Half-Life for people that could afford it. And it also wasn't really Half-Life. It was kind of its own thing. With like a 10-second, with like a 2-minute thing at the end where everybody cried. This feels like a celebration of us. You know what I mean? This feels like Valve going, yeah, we see you guys. We see you guys here. Here. We know. We go. We know. Here. You know what I mean?
That's such a good guy, you know? Not necessarily the most capable, but just really there for you.
Get that thing away from me.
It's new art
Yeah,
made
my
by the
bad.
guy who did the old art. Okay.
I think early on I had a sense that G-Man knew a lot.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So I'm going to put up Shapiro's take on G-Man starts at 30 minutes and 45 seconds.
And was taking care of a lot that we didn't quite understand, was kind of enjoying fucking with people and massaging reality in a way
Shapiro,
that
not
he had
Shapiro.
a unique
He's
capacity
not
to
Ben,
do.
he's Mike.
There were also aspects to him that I knew pretty early on, like his relationship to time is very different than you or I would think. In my mind, he could literally be in two places at once, and so sometimes there was a kind of an implied hitch in his timing, or he's experiencing 2 or 3 different moments at once, and that might be funny for a reason that you don't know because you're only in one time with him at a moment.
The right man in the wrong place can...
I'm going to be real. That man should be getting so many more parts than he does. I don't know if it's because he just doesn't try out for parts. He should be acting in like fucking who's the fucking the Nathan Drake guy? He should be like as ubiquitous in the industry. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Why is it that like I know him from Half-Life, Blood 2, Dota 2, and Horizon Forbidden West, and then that's like it. Come on.
Make all the difference in the world.
I think as we realized how well she worked, coming out of stuff like the Kleiner's Lab experience, we started looking for more and more ways to include.
He's going to interview Merle. Will it be at Valve?
Her and stuff.
And of course, she really came to life when we found Merle Dandridge.
We could feel her already as a partner in creating this character, I think, coming out of that. She's just got a creative relationship with this character, and she's going to bring a lot to it.
I feel like she was really able to bring a warmth and humor into her deliveries, too, that other people, it was more like...
No Merle interview?
In a game,
She's very...
a little bit. I mean, she did this great job of bringing
she's very
like,
busy,
a
but
character
like
warmth into it.
Please tell me that means that they're like, yes, she's gonna play Alyx in Half-Life 3, and we only hired. They're gonna give the bullshit excuse. We needed a younger Alyx.
And now we're sitting ducks unless we can get this thing running. Come on, Dr. Kleiner, is it gonna work or not?
No, there's nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. The massless field flux should self-limit and
Hey, Harry S. Robbins!
My name is Harry Robbins. I'm known as Hal Robbins. I have a stage name of Dr. Hal. My only doctorate is in theology from the Church of the Subgenius, which I'm involved in.
Church of the Subgenius is a performance art like religious parody organization that actually holds sacraments and ceremonies and shit. Look into, if you would all want to jump down a fun rabbit hole, look into the Church of the Subgenius. Okay?
Well, I think perhaps Mark was familiar with the things I do on the radio, and he thought my voice would be good for it. I have a monthly Ask Dr. Hal show on Twitch and Zoom, and I'm also on a couple of radio shows. Well, I'm a graphic artist. I've worked for DC Comics for their Paradox Press line. Well, I have some patrons who I do painting for. I've painted many things for them. I played Dr. Isaac Kleiner after I did the voice of a number of different scientists. I try to pronounce all the words. I make sure to aspirate consonants. For example, I don't say didn't the way most people do, even newscasters today. I always make sure to say didn't. Perhaps it sounds archaic that way. Mark wrote archaic expressions into my dialogue, and I would say things like, oh, fi, and so forth.
No, not up there! No, no! Careful, Lamar. Those are quite
I'm gonna
fragile.
get made fun of by the end of this
Oh,
shit.
fine.
for being
It'll be
soy
another
or
week
whatever.
before I can coax her out of there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
It was always pleasant. I was always well treated. They were always patient. Even if I mispronounced something which was obvious, they would correct me and I would pay attention. And I always try to be as close as possible to a one-take wonder so they don't have to do it again. But that enabled them to do it many times. And so they had a lot of things which arose from that. And some of these are the things I'm asked to say by fans, which are inexplicable to people who don't know the game. Like, you want this guy to say, have you seen my coffee cup? And why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Oh, man. I don't like that he's getting. I don't like that he's old.
So in the same way that we thought it was important in Half-Life 1 that when you shot a wall, that we put decals on the wall to indicate that you shot it. We wanted to say, okay, what happens when you throw a grenade at a bunch of boxes, right? The world itself needed to be more reactive to everything you did.
We used some third-party code, but Jay Stelly was the one who really wrote the wrapper on that integrated it.
And physics was even early in the project was pretty successful. Right? Once we got over the initial thing of like things falling over, and we started adding breakable objects, things you could script and hammer. We added vehicles, sound cues from all the objects, and the AIs, you could drop things.
What build is this from? What build is this from? The car TV thing is from 2002. What build is this from? Because this car TV thing is legendarily difficult to get working properly. Danny, what do you have? What did they give you, Danny?
Things on them and crush them, things like that. All of those behaviors. Once
what
we got
build is that from? Wait, what the fuck?
just a few of those things in, that was really.
Is that LeakNet?
For everyone who worked on.
LeakNet does not have physics that smooth. What was that from? VCC thinks the footage is mega build. I can ask. Why don't I just fucking ask? I just asked, where did you get the footage of the older builds of Half-Life 2? Was it all from the community fixes of the leak?
Half-Life 2, masses got broken down into a set of scales that I assume someone's already talked about. No? Okay.
Well, you say.
So yeah. All right. So this is, The question is whether it's bigger than a bread box or smaller than a space station.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's.
When you went to debug something and the text says, "Oh, this thing weighs as much as a racehorse."
Yeah. You knew it was more than a bread box.
You're like, well,
but not as much as a space station.
I think so, but I don't know in the scale if it's closer to this or closer to that.
Hey, Adrian, what the fuck happened to Underlords? I love you, man, but what happened to Underlords?
At some point, I think it was David Spira.
Yeah.
So you could look at any entity in the game and turn on a bunch of debugging text about it. And one of the most important things to get right in every object in the game that was physically simulated was its mass, because that dictated an enormous amount of things, like the amount of force it would apply to something else when it hit them, and amount of force, its response when it's hit by something else, all that stuff. Had to get it right. But of course, like mass is just a number. Like, what does this mean to anyone? And so I think it was David Spira who found online some list of masses and objects, and he just brought that into the game so that when you looked at an object, it'd say,
Is that a Dropout t-shirt? Is this Dropout? That looks like the Make Some Noise logo. Adrian, you big fan of improv comedy? If so, fuck yeah, dude. You see that Very Important People Season 2 just started? Hell yeah.
Like 100 bracket racehorse or something. And so over time, like you all just got that locked in, and because it was like a logarithmic scale, it went from things like bread box, paint can or something up to like space station.
It
the
looks
moon. The moon.
It doesn't look like the Make Some Noise official merch. It looks like the merch that Josh Rubin is selling. Yeah.
What do we do with this? At this point, it's just keyframe at that point.
Yeah, so there would be many like conversations where we'd say, I don't know, do you think that's more like a racehorse or the space station?
I feel so special knowing
the very
that.
first
I knew
physics
about
puzzle that we put in the game, from a development calendar standpoint, was the washing machine puzzle, where you push the washing machine into the hopper and raise the ramp for the airboat to jump over. We developed that because we felt like we had this section of relentless pressure with the attack helicopter. Watching players play test, we felt like they needed relief from it. You see the very first training of it in the on-foot canals with the teeter-totter that you have to put the cinder blocks on, which was added to the game later. And it's sort of training of like, hey, you can interact with levers and balance and create paths for yourself. And then later the buoyancy puzzle, we added that one after the washing machine puzzle, and it was just kind of like, oh, you can connect masses with invisible pulley systems and then build little machines that way.
I guess at first, right,
That
the gravity
looks
gun
like
was kind of
Megabuild.
this, we weren't even sure we were going to ship it in the game. It was like a development tool. And so it was like this beam, you could reach out and grab things and
this looks
pull
like
them
the
toward you or
Megabuild.
reposition them, drop them.
What's
grab
wild
them
is
from
the new
another
Mega
point.
Build's coming out
But
this
then,
weekend, and it's
we talked
much
about
bigger.
simplifying it and just making
And
it
I
to
have
where
access
it was
to
just
it, and it is
pushing on things
impressive.
and pulling on things. And where could we go with that?
And the first draft of Ravenholm wasn't really about physics so deeply, right? We ended up reorganizing the game to put Ravenholm
Actually, no,
after.
this looks like Megabuild because it doesn't have anti-aliasing. That looked like it had anti-aliasing.
We talked about simplifying it and just making it to where it was just pushing on things and pulling on things. And where could we go with that?
And the first draft of Ravenholm wasn't
Does
really
Megabuild
about
have moving
physics
displacements?
so deeply,
That's a
right?
good question.
We ended up reorganizing the game.
I feel like Vitoy's
to
the person to
put
ask for that.
Ravenholm after you get the gravity gun. Originally, it was
New
before
edition
we
Raising
would
the Bar, dude. Oh my
park the
God.
airboat at the dock of Ravenholm and then get out and go explore.
What the hell is the
Ravenholm.
Mega Build? Don't even worry about it. That looks like LeakNet. Yes, this right
wanted
here
like
looks
a horror
just like
area,
LeakNet.
since in a lot of ways Half-Life was a horror game, and the horror was kind of leaching out of Half-Life 2. So we at least wanted one environment that was just scary. And then we had a design meeting where Doug Woods said, preacher with a shotgun, and I was like, oh, yes.
The important thing to know is like we didn't sit down and design Ravenholm as like the tutorial for all those things. It kind of kept getting things over time. And then after we got more physics working, we had this idea that there would be traps for the zombies in there that were physics. And there were a bunch of them, and they didn't all make it into the final game. And then some of them did work though, and you know, we had to build a system for cutting the zombies in half once we added the propeller traps, and we had to make them the right height so you could crawl under them or the zombies could crawl under them. And then someone had the idea, well, what if the top half can keep going and it can get you under there? You know, we tried that and that was great. Someone had the idea of saw blade, and Ravenholm like already existed, and we ended up like based on this behavior happening in another level, like built the saw blade and went and put it back in Ravenholm.
Ravenholm was probably some of the most fun I had working on Half-Life 2. The whole idea behind Ravenholm, and that we were going to starve you of ammo, sort of force them in a position where they have to rely on physics
Laura Dubnik
and
made those things.
the context of the objects around them. It's like, oh, wouldn't it be awesome if the zombie it's going to take him 30 more seconds to get to me, but he's got like a barrel right there. Like, what if he could swat that at me? So that was definitely something that was just like, we have physics now. This would be a cool thing to do with it, and it'd be a thing that would make sense and a thing that would be scary and fun.
One of the things that John was like extremely strong at was little touches, like I think we called them puzzlets.
We did call them puzzlets.
Like, they weren't puzzles, they were puzzlets.
Yeah, it's this little thing that takes you between 5 and 60 seconds to resolve, and at the end you either get something or you feel a certain way, and it was really a big part of making sure that like minute-to-minute gameplay, as we called it, was interesting. Yeah, he was good at that.
We actually did this as an exercise of like, okay, take, you know, all the elements in the game and have a grid of, you know, rows and columns of all those elements, and make sure that there's a meaningful thing at each intersection of those cells, so that everything has a meaningful interaction with everything else. And where we saw empty cells, we would actually design a thing.
Yeah,
like,
is there something we could do there?
Yeah, barnacles plus grenades, or whatever, you know. Okay, we need to make sure that they'll eat the grenade and then blow up.
Like, the reason we build these scripting level design tools, you know, it's just, it makes it accessible for all the people on the team, if you can't write code, to like put something together, try out an idea, you know, see what we can do with this.
being
The
here. I'll
Entity
see you later.
system's no different, right? A lot of things the level designers just want to, like, have this idea for something that could happen. Is that fun?
Look to your own salvation.
Every Half-Life 2 beta mod has now been delayed.
Yeah, I was on TF2 at that time, and I don't remember exactly. I think it was during 2000 maybe? Someone else has probably told you this and got the dates actually right. But at some point, we all jumped from TF2 over to Half-Life 2. I feel like that marks the sort of, in some ways, in retrospect, like the end of like pre-production really on Half-Life 2, and it becomes now like, let's build this thing and ship it.
Imagine if they had shown Brotherhood of Arms footage.
Actually, the first thing I got told to work on was a jet ski. And I spent 3 weeks trying to figure out a jet ski in first person. I was like, okay, none of this is working. I don't see how do you do this without making people sick? So I remember one weekend out of frustration, I just made the airboat. Maybe it's the Florida bit in me.
So Charlie Brown had worked on the airboat, and then we picked it up, a different group.
I didn't know that. The airboat was made out of spite. Was it originally supposed to be a jet ski? Yeah, we've always known that. And there are levels that are leaked with the jet ski in them. But I didn't know that the reason why it went from jet ski to airboat was because Charlie Brown was like, fuck this.
We started working on the canals, and we had this idea of it was going to be kind of like a lot of tricks under pressure, where, you know, you're doing like skateboarding type moves. I think it was Kelly Bailey who basically said, you know, I'm playing the canals and I'm trying to do these tricks and I'm failing, and then I'm getting shot. And he's like, I want to be like Smokey and the Bandit. I just want to be smashing my way out. We did this whole other
Kelly
path.
Bailey is the hero of any game that he works on. You're telling me that the reason why Water Hazard has those jumps is because Kelly Bailey went, I want to be able to do that. Fuck it, cut the jet
where
ski.
we dialed down the consequences for failing the tricks, and we dialed up the feeling of, you know, power.
Wait, what did you say?
failing the trick. We did this whole other pass of the canals where we dialed down the consequences for failing.
Please note that any consequence of failure is merely a device that to enhance your testing experience.
The tricks, and we dialed up the feeling of, power.
Some players absolutely refused to really stay in their airboats. They wanted to get out and look under every rock, behind every
Hazardous
tree.
water.
For those players, we had to craft enough density through the lengths of the canals to keep them entertained and happy.
Yes,
and then there were
poison
people who just
water.
wanted to smash through everything and treat it like a racing sim. And so the game had to be fun and interesting for them, and sometimes that would clash.
If you stop here, we're going to give you a reward, basically, either a narrative reward
Stop pausing.
or
Go
an
watch it
actual
yourself.
In-game reward.
You know I'm here to give commentary
The
on
lambda
top
caches,
of it, right?
the lambda
Yuck.
signs, we use them away a lot more in the canals, and part of that is literally because we did it afterwards. Like, I'd worked on coast maps, and we didn't have that yet.
You know, the canals are restrictive because we want you to drive this airboat through them, and we've got all these fun things to do, like you could jump over things.
If I wasn't pausing and adding my own content, this should be considered stealing from my friend Danny.
You could smash through things. The worst case scenario is you're trapped with people who have guns and they're shooting at you, and you don't necessarily
Keep
have
the
a
stream
way
up.
of
I'll keep the
shooting
stream up,
back.
yeah.
So that led to, well, we need to add a weapon.
I don't think
to
there's
the
any copywritten
vehicle.
content.
Well,
being
part of it
played
was
right now.
the helicopter was such a persistent pain in your ass that we really wanted to put a bow on that whole experience and give you some vindication, some vengeance, where you get to now hunt the helicopter. So as soon as we attach it, one thing we really intentionally did is you start to drive down the tunnel and the helicopter pops down in your face and it's blocking you, and you have no choice but to just shoot it if you want it to go away, and then you see it flee. And so it's like, oh, okay, the players could connect the dots, right? Now it's my turn. So the next sequence is all about chasing the helicopter down to that final battle at the dam. I remember we worked pretty intentionally to make it the ultimate showdown between you and the helicopter, and some of it was by accident. I remember Brian Jacobson, who did a lot of the code for that. At one point, it accidentally did this thing where it just spit out a ton of bombs, and we're like, that is awesome. Keep that. Make that part of the fight. We tried to make it as action.
Hunter Chopper's bomb spitting was an accident. Was a glitch. People love those little tidbits where it's like, oh, this thing? That was a glitch that was got put into the game. This was known. Here's the thing, bud. I don't have the luxury of having to be an expert on just the Half-Life 2 development cycle, okay?
Intensive as we could within reason, right? That battle was actually, in a way, we designed it to be a final exam. We unraveled those elements into the levels beforehand, right? You learned how to dodge bombs, you learned how to shoot at it, and you learned how to shoot while driving. And then we throw those things together at you with a little bit of a twist.
Canals was sort of like a crucible because a lot of good things came out of it because it was such a difficult design problem. The easy thing to do is to make a punishing design where you just say, you can't go here and we're going to shoot you and force you to fail and fail and fail until you get to see the next part of the game. It's much harder to create something where the player feels there's an evolution, they have some power and some agency, so their skill is being rewarded and they can be creative in that restrictive environment.
Spin around the beach till you got a feel for the car. When you're done, head for the soft deal with the water.
So basically had a whole car, engine, down to through transmission, down in...
Okay, but yeah, what is that from? That is not Mega Build.
When you're done, head for the soft deal with the water.
That's Mark
So
Laidlaw's
basically had a
temp
whole car
dialogue.
engine down to through transmission, down into gearing and differentials and turning the tires. But then it turned out like, oh, we can really only go 15, 20 miles an hour. Otherwise, you would blast through the extents of the map in about 10 seconds, which wasn't going to do anybody any good. People made jumps, they made all these things. Nothing was working. So I was like, oh, you must be doing a jump. I'm just going to turn off gravity on the car for a little while and let it just go, and then gradually ramp it back in so that it actually felt like you were jumping.
It was interesting how like the dynamics of the buggy was so much about like the perceived experience versus how it actually like performed.
It just sounds like it's going faster than it is. So Jay and I worked really hard on these engine sounds and this fake transmission and doing all this stuff. But you're really going like 30 miles an hour maybe.
No,
so
like,
it's like someone just driving.
So like, I'm sure that we have that map. What I'm saying is, if it was Mega Build, it wouldn't look like that.
Around in first gear.
Got pulled into Coast, one, because I was interested in working on more game stuff, but two, it was the biggest, I guess, group of people utilizing the displacement tech, since it was more of a terrainy thing and outdoors, and we were trying to figure out how we wanted to use the displacements, meaning we knew we wanted the things to look more natural.
It does look
There
like
was
old
a lot
LeakNet
more
Mega
geometry
Patch
in
stuff,
that.
sure, but like, why would Danny go through the trouble of downloading old beta restoration stuff?
Those maps than our previous ones, given just displacements in general. We're always struggling with performance and trying to figure out how to make things a little bit faster, easier, or where we could make things do what we wanted them to do, but not necessarily cost as much as they cost.
It's much faster than walking speed. So you just signed up for building a huge amount of game. People can just stop and get out anywhere. So now you have this trade-off of density versus distance.
We got a vehicle we want to drive for a while, so make those levels long. But from Half-Life 1, we still had the philosophy of there should be something cool around every corner. Not like a monster popping out of you, but different reasons to be engaged in the world. So they would dot the coastline with little towns, and you knew if you went exploring, you'd always get some kind of reward for that. It might be a health pack and ammo, or it might be a character interaction. So that would let the player set their own pace and feel like they get to explore the world, and they're always rewarded for that. But if they wanted to drive straight through, they could.
I worked on like the area where there's the roller mines first come in, and the, you know, you're going along a curving path, and then there's like they blow up all the rocks and drop stuff in front of your path to try and slow you down, and then you've got like a little house fight. There were cases early on where people would just try to drive past everything and be like, why would I stop at this if I've got a car? And so we really wanted them to like be fairly unavoidable, and so you'd have to get out and deal with taking them off your car, and then you'd, you know, be in the space. So it's really fun just, you know, jumping in there with the Combine soldiers and crafting little fight scenarios.
Steam
What
controller
makes
guy.
AI fights interesting is not that they're the smartest or the best or anything. Like, it's easy to make AI that can just perfectly shoot the player and kill them. That's not what makes them smart. It's putting on a show that makes them feel interesting. So like in that fight in particular, you go up inside of a building and you get to the second floor, and you're fighting guys in there, and they kind of pull you up there. There's guys up in there, and as you go up and fight them, that happens. But then more guys spawn outside. Like, there's a bunch of windows up in that top section, and there's a crate sort of near the window, and when you go over to get that crate, they start shooting through the window at you. And it's not that the AI actually knows that you're there and starts shooting at the window the moment they see you. There's actually, we have these things called bullseyes that you could place in spots, and they basically would act like a target that the AI wanted to shoot. You know, a lot of that isn't actually the AI being, you know, doing this carefully crafted thing. It's more of us thinking like, what makes this like a neat presentation for the player and gives them that sense that they need to hunker down. Like later on,
oh, it's the wrong house.
In the same coastline, there's a sequence where you're fighting a gunship and you're in the lighthouse, and as you go up the lighthouse, it's like sort of predicting where you are and shooting through the windows right in front of you and giving you that same sort of show. And that's all like bullseyes and things. Almost every game you play, you're developing a sense of mastery, and that actual sense of progress and mastery is the fun. Piecing it all together is like very core to what makes it fun.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. The car's all ready for you. Hop in and I'll lower you down to the beach.
We did the player drivable crane first, I think, right? And
Yes.
then we went back and used it again, you know, at the start.
That's a perfect
as
tutorial.
But yeah.
Like, it's perfect training. This is how that thing works.
Yeah.
Don't forget, because it's about to happen later.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
We did actually get very close to the base of a crane. You know, obviously you want to be in the crane, you want to be driving it, all these things. But yeah, we did get up very close to this crane again. I think it was asking somebody who was just wanting to take some pictures for a video game.
She's Carolyn.
You just let.
I'm gonna open my window. I'm gonna crack my window because it's really warm in here. She's a gem. Say goodbye, Carolyn. Goodbye, Carolyn. She's a gem. Sorry, fellas. She's married to science. Voice too. No, the voice is on clean.
As like nice and non-threatening as possible.
We need the buggy to get into a state where it was flipped, so you could have to learn to recover it and all that sort of stuff.
Like, oh, we're gonna flip it over, and then you have to proceed, you have to use the gravity gun. We're just trying to wrap that in some sort of narrative instead of just spitting some text that tells you, if this happens, you know.
That was, I mean, the crane was a hard physics problem.
Someone is trying to pass off Boreal Aleph footage as Half-Life 3 to trade. How dumb do you think I am? Don't show anybody or the guy will get fired. This is Boreal Aleph footage. Fucking dumbass. The fuck?
Because like one of the worst case scenarios for physics is really, high mass objects moving around, because they're going to apply an enormous amount of force to anything they touch. And we have a rigid body physics system. So in the real world, when giant heavy mass touches something, usually it crushes them. We can't really crush anything. So already we're in like a tricky place. The good news was we had a fixed space it could operate in, right? We could control how far you could extend the thing. And so as the level designers could look at it and be like, these are the only things that the crane will ever really be able to interact with. And so we could be pretty careful around, right, what are the things that that this magnet's going to touch, and let's make sure that at least the physics works pretty well for that.
So I worked on the bridge as one of the really early things I worked on there, which was great. Sawyer had already built the bridge. It's actually based on Deception Pass. So Deception Pass is nearby here in Washington. Coincidentally, I actually proposed to my wife there, but anyway, it's this really nice bridge that, like, if you go there, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is the Half-Life 2 bridge. The fight against the gunship and everything wasn't really all put together. It was definitely had that, like, scary, fear of heights scenario of going under the bridge, but we hadn't fully fleshed it all out yet. One of the first things I did was, like, what if this was a train bridge and you had to do this, play chicken against the train, and getting the timing quite right was
Arctic
took a
Man
little
19
bit
with the sub, 5 months
work,
tier
but
1,
hearing
thank you
the
very much.
train horn come in and the moment of realization that players would have of, like, probably some people die, a lot of people probably die the first time there, but you have this, like, do I go faster or do I turn around? Like, what do I do? I don't know, it was a fun moment to create. All credit to Sawyer on coming up with the going underneath the bridge scenario. People to this day still are like, that freaked them the hell out. Like, a lot of people it's sort of seared in their memory, which
First time I played it, it scared the shit out of me.
We're creating levels.
Trying to, like, capture the sense of height and playing with the ambient sounds to get the, just to capture the sense of being precarious and high above the ground was just a fun little design challenge.
David came up with that, and we play tested it. And the first time it play tested, I think the person who was play testing, their knuckles were white, and it was really tense. And of course, then someone had the brilliant idea of, like, oh, they finally made it. They felt great. Now we're going to make them go back. And the gunship, yeah, that came in, yeah. So that was always fun. There's this thing we call edge friction. So when you're moving, you have a friction that just reduces your normal movement rate by an amount. But what we would do is whenever players would get close to edges, we would increase that friction a lot so that people wouldn't accidentally fall off things. It's just not fun for the player, right? So there was definitely a bit of friction play involved there.
Freeman! Hurry, get in the basement. We're expecting gunships at any moment.
He became iconic for reasons I don't totally understand, except the performance. We were calling that town New Little Odessa or Little Old New Odessa. And then I got spam email from Odessa Cubbage or something like that. It was definitely a name that came out of an email spam. And I'm like, this name is amazing. So it went straight into the game. And then John Lowry came in and acted him with his fake British accent.
Damn. Let me just send a warning to Lighthouse Point, and then I'll come right up and lend a hand.
So Odessa Cubbage had this whole problem of like training the rocket launcher. That was a real pain. The laser guiding aspect was just a nightmare to train, because training in combat's always a nightmare by itself, because people are under duress, trying not to die. They're focusing on some other thing that's threatening them. It's hard to observe what's going on rationally and draw lessons from it cleanly. So you always know it's going to be hard if you're trying to teach something you're trying to teach in combat. We watch a playtester, they step out and they fire a rocket at the gunship, and then they duck behind cover. And so the laser dot goes onto the fence in front of him. We all hear the rocket turn around and start coming back, and so you
It's basically, here we go, 5, 4, 3.
And then the player looks out again at the gunship, and the rocket goes, looks around back at the gunship, and we're like, oh! And then he ducks back again, and we're like, oh my God, we hear the rocket getting louder and louder, and he peeks out again and whips off again.
An integrated part that I think has really always been important, something that Gabe introduced in Half-Life 1, was the way that we playtest and then iterate really rapidly on the playtest results. So you have dozens and dozens of people come through one section of the game, and you sit there painfully, silently, taking notes while they struggle and get frustrated and totally misunderstand your brilliant design. And then you go and you fix that over and over and over again.
If your title is game designer and your design sucks, then it can be threatening, right? Like, maybe I'm bad at my job and I should get fired, right? And so a lot of the games industry never did any testing at all. With this playtesting process, that's what basically taught me design in a lot of ways. We would just, we'd come up with an idea for the helicopter, and then we'd be like, okay, let's put it in front of somebody and watch it happen. And then we'd very quickly start realizing that our mental model of like how people are reacting to this stuff is wildly different than what we expected.
I joined the team in January 2000. I had met Gabe when he was starting Valve, and I was at Sierra Online. But pretty much the first thing was, Gabe was like, so when you were at Sierra, we did this deal with you for Half-Life and Half-Life 2. You need to go fix that, because we don't like the deal that we did. The intellectual property for Half-Life was owned by Vivendi. The Team Fortress IP was owned by Vivendi. So it was get back our IP, get a better royalty rate, and then have the ability to experiment with online distribution. We knew we were going to grow the team. And then part of the deal was also that we were going to take on all of the funding responsibility for Half-Life 2, TF2, all those things. There was cash flow from Half-Life. We were figuring out how to do things here and there, like expansion packs. A large part of it was Gabe tapping into his assets. He had done fairly well at Microsoft, not crazy well, but things started to get a little thin.
Really? The lawsuit. So Gabe paid for Half-Life 2 out of pocket?
So I assume you guys have talked to Scott or Eric or somebody about sort of the context of the whole.
Yes, we talked to Scott, Eric, and Gabe about it.
Sierra, by that point, had become acquired by Vivendi, had worldwide distribution rights, but only for retail packaged product.
Vivendi was licensing Counter-Strike to cyber cafes. We went to Vivendi and said, hey, this is not a big deal. Just agree that this is outside of your license. And we've spent a little bit on attorney's fees, just cover, some tens of thousands, just cover us for that. And we'll move on and just
they
keep going.
brought in an old attorney to interview. That's fucking nuts. Is that Barney? They've already touched on this. Yes, that was the face model for Barney.
And they wouldn't do it. I think some people at Vivendi did not like the new deal that they ended up signing. And I think there were some hurt feelings in some quarters about that deal. When we said, hey, the cyber cafe thing, you really can't do that. Coming on top of, a year negotiations and torturous negotiations, I think that just struck an angry chord. We ended up filing the lawsuit, but really just on this narrow thing of like, hey, court, will you go just read this language and say, are they outside the license or not? And Vivendi decided to go World War III.
You filed our case in Seattle, federal court in Seattle, and they hired a law firm to defend it, of course. There was some initial skirmishing about discovery. There were some disputes and motions that had to be decided by the judge, and those went all Valve's way. And then suddenly, the law firm disappeared. They hired a big scary law firm from San Francisco. They thought, okay, Valve's had some success in this case, and so we need to change their mindset from we think we're going to be successful to we're going to be destroyed. The next thing we knew, here comes this big stack of counterclaims, everything from canceling the 2001 agreement to obtaining ownership of all the Half-Life IP, to keeping us from doing Steam, to you name it, where they included Scott and Julie Lynch and Gabe and Lisa Newell, his wife at that time, personally, as defendants.
And so it was kind of like, well, we're going to put Valve out of...
Is that the first public acknowledgement of Gabe's divorce from Valve themselves? I know this has nothing to do with anything. I mean, this happened like 2017, 2016. But like... Why do you think Gabe lives on a fucking super yacht?
Business, and then we're going to bankrupt the two of you. I think that was a lot of what they felt like was their path towards winning this fight.
They decided that it would have more effect and be scarier if process servers showed up at everybody's house in the night and a real bullshit move.
It's not a legal strategy. It's basically trying to intimidate you. In other words, they're saying not only are we going to take all this money from the company, but we're going to take money from you personally as well.
I can't think of another case when that happened.
They were certainly a lot bigger than we were. Vivendi was a multinational conglomerate. As compared to us, their funding was infinite. It felt very David versus Goliath.
Publishers at that time in the industry were used to being able to bully developers, right? And so this was really about an assertion of power as much as it was optimizing for a financial outcome. The tactics that they were using were trying to just run us out of money, right? So they knew how much money we were making because they were doing retail distribution of our games. And so they were just trying to crank up our legal costs as just another way of draining resources from the company.
We were protected from that a lot internally, so we didn't have to think about it. They did a pretty good job of letting the team concentrate on what the team could do without worrying about the future of the company so much. I mean, that was my perspective.
So yeah, I definitely was not shielded from that. The lawsuit was something where it's like created all this uncertainty around whether the game's going to come out. Vivendi was definitely trying to use that as leverage. And so even if we finish the game, they're not going to let us release it.
There came a point where Gabe had pretty much used up his liquid assets. And he was like, should I put the house on the market? And I was like, yeah, I think it's the time where you put the house on the market if we want to keep going.
The company was pretty close to going bankrupt. I was pretty close to going personally bankrupt. We went all in. It's like there was no money left. Like,
how anxious was that for you personally?
I don't know. There's certain things that I'm kind of a weird person in a number of dimensions. Like I don't really think, oh, this is super scary. Like I don't have an emotional response to it. I just say, well, this is this is what we're doing. This is how, and we'll see how it plays out. So I don't think it was super stressful to me, right? I mean, it didn't really bother me. Like I was diving in South Africa recently, and a shark tried to bite me a couple of times, and the people around me were way more freaked out than I was. I was like, oh, a shark's trying to bite me. I should get away from the shark. Whereas other people were having like, oh, a shark, it's trying to bite somebody, and I just think that's how I'm wired. I don't think it's anything that speaks to my character or anything. It's like,
okay, so here's the thing, right? For better or for worse, that is how Gabe Newell has always been described to me. Right? I think you can imagine that a person who views everything not necessarily binarily, but like, oh, shit, this is probably bad. I should probably get away from this situation. Right? Sometimes that results in a person not being, like, the best in certain stressful situations where they're needed to be kind of like an emotional pillar. Right? But at the same time, when shit hits the fan, that's the person you want to have backing you up. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, in some ways, it's terrible. In some ways, that makes you a horrible leader. But in other ways, it makes you a fantastic leader. It just depends on the situation, right? And that's how Gabe has always been described to me as. And it's interesting because Gabe is a billionaire worth more than Trump. Let's all keep this in mind. Gabe Newell is one of the most wealthy people on the planet. So, as far as like multi-billionaires go, this dude seems the least affected emotionally by the money at his disposal. Does that make any sense? In the same way that Gabe just said, oh, a shark's trying to bite me. Maybe I should try and get away from the shark. Gabe is absolutely the person that's like, wait, I have tens of billions of dollars? Well, I like race cars. And not, well, I can take over the world. How can I have power over people? It's instead just like, I like race cars. I like video games. And then that's it. Right? This dude still eats the fucking chicken noodle soup at IHOP. And he has more money than the president-elect. Gold toilet shit and Trump. This dude's got more money than that. Gabe Newell is, yes, I have, like, more money than God, but I like ramen, like instant ramen. I like collecting knives. I like race cars. I like my boat. I like playing Dota only against bots. So it's weird, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, it really doesn't seem like the money has made him an evil person. Like, it seems like he's always been kind of like, Yo, 62 views from GP Raiden. Thank you. It seems like it seems like Gabe is very much just like, Yeah, the fact he responds to every email he gets 95% of the time, I don't know. Obviously, still a billionaire. Still keep that in mind, but
seem to not get particularly agitated around risk, which probably means I take on more risk than at times than most sane people would.
Yes.
Which can be a positive, or you can wreck a bunch of other people's lives being in the neighborhood of your risk indifference.
Yep. Yep.
they're this rigidly structured, organization. Of course, they're going to have this really terse language for everything they do. There's sort of an announcer voice in that follows you around and kind of comments status, essentially, like how alert the world is to you. I sat down and just basically wrote a language.
Yeah, they're literally
for that,
on his
so
yacht.
that the
yeah.
soldiers and the Metro cops would have jargon that they would use. Then I just used that to kind of encode. So that's where like anti-citizen one and things like that came from.
Yeah, release that list, bud. Please. Please release that list. Okay? We know what a lot of it means nowadays, but we don't know what all of it means. We know what like necrotics, we know what cauterize, Release the official list at some point. Thank you.
Then saying the guy with the orange suit is causing trouble. It would be, anti-citizen one breach, scalpel something, sector something. So I basically just had this little dictionary. Then I overdid it on the vocal processing because they're all wearing these, these masks, and I wanted it to sound like they're in a mask.
And it was very deliberate to never have to like shoot somebody that you can see their face. And like, we didn't want you killing humans. I mean, the Metro cops are humans, but we covered all the faces up. I think it was all part of this calculated and deliberate way of saying like, look, games don't just have to be a certain way. There's so much room in what we can do here.
Well, the Metro Police and the Combine Soldiers share a lot of AI.
Hey, what is it, C3A1 port test?
And so there's an internal communication among them. And one of the things we did, both for the sake of difficulty and exposition, was limit the number of squad members that could be firing at the player at any given time. I think it's 2. So if you have a squad of 4, a guy who has an opportunity to shoot at the player grabs one of those slots, if it's available, and starts to shoot. And if someone else, another squad member, wants to attack the player but no slots are available, they have to find the next best thing to do, which is, I'll get out of the scene for a second, or I'll go reload, or I'll throw a grenade. And that was all stuff that we learned.
Louder, please. What should be
building
louder?
Half-Life 1,
Me or the
and
thing?
He got a lot better at. Half-Life 2 used a node graph system. Hand-placed nodes by developers in the levels would describe a really super low fidelity version of the environment for the AI to use.
It enabled the level designers to sort of inject and puppeteer a little bit the AIs in ways that were just easier for them to sort of be in control, as opposed to having to grab an animator or a programmer to be able to get really cool things into the game.
Keep off the sand. You touch the sand, yeah.
Floor is Lava is like a really obvious piece of gameplay. Physics is really fun to manipulate. We just thought like, hey, you could build your own path. We'd already seen players who enjoyed moving stuff around, like building bridges.
No achievement
and
for
stuff,
you, that's
and,
true.
Like, we don't have enough.
Probably the
where,
hardest
like,
achievement, in my
I just
opinion,
pick up
from
a
Half-Life
plank
2
and lay it
proper.
across a gap and walk across it. Like obvious stuff. We've barely done that in the whole game.
And the fact that you're laying stuff down on the floor means that the finesse required to do like precise placement wasn't necessary, right? You're like, I just want to place it here, and it doesn't matter the orientation. You just kind of jump on it and you do the next one and so on, right? And also like training was free. Like we didn't have to.
I tried to sleep and your voice was too loud compared to the
like,
vid.
oh, it's fun.
Laszlo, the finest mind of his generation.
He couldn't figure that one out.
He tells you exactly how to do it.
Someone's coming. You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks! Don't step on the sand. It makes the antlions crazy. Laszlo, don't move. No. Help! Dear God. Poor Laszlo. The finest mind of his generation. To come to such an end. We were heading for the Vortigaunt camp, hoping to pick up some bug baits of these damn things and leave us alone. But without Laszlo, what's the point?
You just give these NPCs a name at the moment they die and let the fans fill in their whole life story and give them something to play with.
Yep.
The Freeman will have need of these pheropods on the paths ahead. Gather them now.
Nova Prospect and the Antlions with the pheromone balls were really fun because it lets you experience them in a different way, and it was another classic example of
getting the most value out of technology investments that people could.
I remember the beach thing. The design intention was definitely to make it feel like a sort of D-Day beach landing. You didn't come from the water, but you're storming up towards these old gun emplacements, if I remember right, with Combine in them, and you're like invading the bunkers, and you're bringing your horde with you. You're overwhelming these in-place defenses. It was surprising how much chaos you could get away with. Like I remember we did a lot of tuning to make sure the antlions spawned. We had difficulties from time to time with like design some choke point or challenge or whatever, and the antlion flow rate wasn't enough to make it feel chaotic enough. Like we had an atmospheric goal too. It wasn't just about like mechanically can you overcome this. You wanted to feel like your forces have stormed the walls. They're everywhere. There's chaos all around you.
Stop
and
fiddling
so a
with
lot
the
of the
autism
tuning
cube.
was
Let me
about
do my own
achieving
thing.
that
Fuck you.
feeling, not just about mechanically getting past the enemies that we'd set.
Nova Prospect was different than a lot of the maps that I worked on, at least, is that in that we had some early art prototypes that were done. We have this whole concept of like zoo maps, we call them, which are basically like little art test scenes, how they would fit together, and some basic lighting.
But by the time our cabal got to Nova Prospect, we knew we were coming in with antlions and with bug bait. And so we already knew that a bunch of stuff was going to change because we had to support, you and your army of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. Antlions looked great whenever they were being shot by anyone.
Yeah.
Like particle flex flying off, and they always looked great. And so setting them up against Combine soldiers looked great. Setting them up against turrets looked great.
Those were super fun scenarios to work on though, because having these antlines that you could just use in any way you wanted was really fun. And coming from the coast, just the contrast of shrinking everything down and then just piling it full of stuff was a lot of fun.
The first time I saw one of those, I think it was Ted Backman's concept. I just thought, I can't believe that I get to use a creature this cool in level design. These guys are really, really, really fun to use.
I remember Kelly Bailey had created a short list, things like he wanted flocking flyers and he wanted a moving guard tower, which was the first description of the Strider, was a mobile guard tower. So I saw that.
Again, it was Kelly's idea.
And immediately understood that, kind of orchestrating the enemies in that way, trying to get the most. Understood that, kind of orchestrating the enemies in that way, trying.
That's new.
Trying to get the most variety and the most
We've seen that before, I think.
shape and movement and experience.
I gotta tell you, the
was
Valve
correct
Archive
way
is
to move
lacking.
forward.
The design for that first Strider map was something I came up with and I was really passionate about. It was all about running across and just getting one shot in your tush, right? Just as you made it through.
Even just hearing the sound, the thump, thump, thump of them walking, okay, there's a boss nearby. You just see the legs walking by, but you can't see the body. There are so many things you can do with these guys.
Thank you for the
Honestly, there were
follow.
still people on the team, I think, that were still thinking that we were going to bomb. That people are just going to not be impressed.
When did you know it was going to be good?
E3.
Yep.
E3.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
That's E302.
Yeah, it seems like at some point there was an E3 demo that we got together that we didn't end up showing, but at least at that point it just felt like, oh wow, we actually have made something here.
We went through and made a bunch of demos for 2002, and everybody looked at them and was like, we're still not confident about this, and we don't think we've hit the bar, so we're not going to go at all. They had totally planned to go. And then when 2003 rolled around, I just remember everyone was still terrified. We were like, okay, how are we going to craft everything we've had into a number of messages about what this product is? And we came up with the core theme of each one of these movies.
Oh, do be careful.
We didn't really understand at the time, I think, the embarrassment of riches that we had. We looked at it from two angles. One was a set of technical features, a sort of conceptual listing of things that we thought were important, like physics and things like that. And then the other side was content-based. what areas of the game were innovative, what areas of the story we thought were compelling, which characters we thought
How
were...
are people still learning about Greg Coomer's last name? How?
worth people paying attention to. And so it was an interesting sort of marriage of which features and which content are the best showcase for all those things. A lot of what was in the demos was rendering technology, but I think the stuff that felt the strongest to most of us at the time was really physics-based. So something looks like wood, then it sounds like wood, scrapes like wood, floats like it, and if you shoot it, it'll fragment like wood. To people at that time, it was pretty mind-blowing just to watch the thing, be able to pick things.
Oh shit, I could take the original commentary from the E3 camcorder video, use AI to extract it from the rest of the sound effects. And then edit that back into the demos that we have in HD.
Up, knock other things over, use things in a way that felt true to a three-dimensional reality. Maybe it's on those videos, I don't remember, but people were gasping and hitting the people next to them because they couldn't really believe what they were seeing on the screen. There's no limitation on the complexity of those interactions. So it's this level of believable and consistent interactivity.
Say the 486 line. Say the 486 line.
Gameplay mechanics.
This will run on my 486.
That person who was talking about a 486, obviously it's just about, you must have a supercomputer behind, how are you even doing this? What is going on? The lines outside the booth became enormous, and it was the thing that it really distorted the rest of E3 because so many people were anxious to come see our demo.
And I remember seeing this absolutely enormous line with some pretty well-known people in there, right? Miyamoto was in line for this stuff, and
Will Wright, I think.
Yeah, Will Wright. There was a bunch of, and so then after that was all done, people on the team were just okay, we are ready. We can ship this game. We know we've got something good. It was really easy at that point. It felt like we were rolling the ball downhill at that.
Until
it leaked.
Until it leaked.
I haven't seen this before, but I figured that's what they were doing.
When something like this happens, there's not a big sign saying you've been hacked and somebody has access. You start off with something that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and you start pulling on that sweater thread.
Gabe's brother had a company called Tangis, and they made...
Oh shit, they're gonna tell the story about how Gabe's brother fucked up?
And you start and somebody has access. You start off with something that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and you start pulling on that sweater thread.
Gabe's brother had a company called Tangis, and they made wearable computer stuff. So he was kind of winding it down, and he had 1 or 2 Unix servers that hosted the tangis.com domain name. Unfortunately, they were put inside the firewall and didn't have the latest Linux or whatever security updates on them. And so this kid from Germany was able to sort of exploit his way into that. He sat there for months, I think. He was able to sync the build, all the source code.
I was riffing ideas for, I think in particular, Counter-Strike. That information ended up on one of the internet chat rooms. And only 2 people knew the contents of that email. Of course, Gabe and myself. And I went to ITG and said, this could only have come from a leaked email. We got to figure out how that got out there.
But I remember at some point Gabe walking around, one of those moments turn your computer off, something just happened.
That's right.
I remember the video on my desk and he coming turn your computer off, I think we're being hacked. And I was, what? I didn't know what to do. I actually did not know what to do.
I remember coming in that morning and figuring it out, and it just felt like someone had just punched me in the gut.
It's like the bit in movies where after an explosion, they'll have a scene where someone's staggering around the street and everyone's
yeah.
What's this mean? Can we still keep working on the game?
Yeah.
Is someone just going to release the whole game tomorrow?
And I don't know if the guy who hacked it intended
I think,
yeah, he showed
I
it to
don't think
friends.
he intended the wide distribution.
He
yeah.
showed it to friends, and then one of his friends posted it somewhere.
Oh shit, they know that? How do they know that? Yeah. So, yeah, it's not a hack. It's a security breach done through an open firewall. Like, it was an open door, right? But... And... The hacker does not work. Axel Gembe does not work at Valve. That is a hack? Okay, whatever. If the door is unlocked, then it's like Axel Gembe was the friend that the original exploit user had shared information and data with, and then Axel Gembe was the one that actually published it wide. And again, something to keep in mind is what Axel had access to was only about 1/3 of the total data that was stolen off of the servers, and that they had access to and were trading, right? So somewhere in like a German evidence lockup is one of the hard drives with everything.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
And one of the things I think that's pretty interesting is how much the leak of the game, the hack of our network and the leak of the game, how much that kind of shattered that confidence.
It was like, you know, having a movie that you're working on be spoiled for the world. That's how it felt. Because we knew it would be hard for people to know that that existed and not go look at it all. It looked all broken to us, and it just felt...
No. This is the mega build based off of restorations of uncompiled assets. The actual build that leaked that was playable back in 2003 was just the 2003 version of the campaign. That's not this. Those are two different things. It took years for the content that leaked to get to this point.
Really demoralizing.
Oh man, I was seriously affected by that. I was pretty angry. So I don't know. It kind of affected me for a while. You know, having it called the beta when it was not even close to being a beta. Work in progress, you know. Wasn't really ready to be seen yet.
Normally the office is
having it being called the beta is upsetting because it's nowhere near being a beta. See, that's why the community is kind of, you know.
It's pretty vibrant and loud, and people are riding.
Wasn't really ready to be seen yet.
Normally the office is pretty vibrant and loud, and people are riding scooters in the hallway and doing all sorts of stuff. Gabe's tube and throat singing, and it got very still and very quiet. I remember that. That was very eerie. That was the game that was going to make or break the company. We didn't know if we were going to have to go find jobs.
Not only did it show everybody that we were not anywhere near where we said we would be, but all the work that we had in progress, all the plans that we were making were just laid out bare. And so a lot of us just thought, oh, we're toast. We've worked so hard. Are we going to go bankrupt? And then all that while Scott Lynch and Gabe
Did you
were
say Gabe does throat singing? Yeah, Gabe does throat singing.
being sued by Sierra, their wives being delivered subpoenas. And so it was this super dark time.
So there were two interesting threads going on. One was, traditional law enforcement and intelligence agencies, and they were doing their thing and issuing subpoenas and seizing devices. And then we asked our community to help us out. And I think Axel Gembe started to realize that he was being tracked down by the community, right? Everything was being, essentially, it was an open source investigation. So you could see that they were getting closer, and that's when he reached out to me. Of course, I was insanely furious with him, but we ended up running this sort of scheme with him where I was like, oh, wow, you must be really good at security issues. We should have you come out and interview. And the FBI was going to arrest him when he got off the plane.
And then apparently the German police sweep in right as he's about to leave, because it turns out he's also guilty of a bunch of bank fraud and bank hacking and all that.
He had
kind of
hacked
stuff.
into a bunch of huge companies over there as well, and so they were already well aware of him.
How much it harmed us financially, or like how much the the success of the game was harmed by that. Very debatable. You know, so it was hard for us to go through internally, but in the end, I wouldn't have wanted to have it be a whole like law enforcement debacle after that. It just, yeah, it wouldn't have really helped anyone.
And I'm not saying we should ever be lax about security, but like if we could survive that, like maybe, you know, we'll survive anything, because at the end of the day, the special sauce was everything that happened between the moment of that leak and when we actually shipped. And if you look at that version of the game, it's just so not what the final game ended up being. And so even if our competition had all the source code and that executable, they're still not able to produce Half-Life 2 from it, because the company kept moving forward and the company was the interesting special sauce.
Literally free advertising? No. Most of the studio worked on Half-Life 2. A small incubator within Valve was delivered. Yeah, okay, Steam. Literally free advertising. If you look at that as like, oh, you should see it as free advertising. Bullshit. Fuck no. Didn't they basically remake the game after the leak? Have you played the leak? No, they polished it. They finished it. The version of the leak. Okay, so a lot of people confuse what was actually the game when it leaked and what else existed in that package, right? 95% of the stuff that we talk about when we talk about the leak, Air Exchange, you know, Dark and Gritty, all that stuff, that's cut concepts from early development. The 2003 version of the leak is effectively the same game, just way unfinished. Right? It's very similar in terms of the story beats, locations, mechanics, etc. Right? Gotcha. Didn't mean to upset. Oh, I'm not upset. I'm just saying, like, there's a difference. Should I play Half-Life 2 if I've never played the first one? They're very different games. They're very different games. Tyler, are you still planning on playing through the Half-Life 2 leak stuff and giving commentary on it? Well, I've done that many times in the past. And like Valve has said on their official stuff now, it's been 20 years. They don't really care. Yeah, the Mega Build should be... The next version of the Mega Build should be out this weekend. I already have access to it. I've taken a look at some of it. It's great. Yeah, definitely. Yes, absolutely. Oh, are you planning on playing through Half-Life 2 after this and seeing the 4 hours of new commentary? Oh, dude, like, I already knew that this was going to be a Half-Life 2, a Half-Life Winter, Half-Life Q4. But this is just, yeah. I knew that there was going to be a 20th anniversary thing. I said it like a month and a half ago in the first video I did it. I mentioned it. I didn't expect it to be this big. Even if I had known that Danny was going to make a documentary, which I didn't, would I have guessed that it was going to be over 2 hours long and contain footage of things that I didn't even expect? Absolutely not. So, there's a lot that I need to dig through. And also, I mean, again, I was sent a copy of this, A Profound Waste of Time, which is a magazine about the development of different video games, and it has this whole cover section about the development of Portal 2 that tells the story of the development through interviews with people. Josh Weir, listed as producer, but he was kind of the director of the game. David Sawyer, Mike Moraski, Eric Wolpott, Jay Pinkerton, Karen Prell, Richard Lord, Tajeev, and Ellen McLean. Yeah. So this is, I think this is only sold... I think this is only sold in Europe right now, or maybe it's sold on Fangamer in the United States. But I had contacted the creator of this and was like, hey, if I order this on your website, shipping is like $50. Is there a way I can order this like domestically? And he just sent me it. It's got some sections on more than just Portal. I'm very excited to read this. Jet Set Radio. Oh, so this truly is like a magazine with a bunch of different types of writing. But it's thick. Kind of cool. And I got like the fancy cover with like the portal cut out. Very cool. Book club stream? No, I'm gonna make a video on a few things that say like that this teaches me about the thing, but then I'm gonna be like, go buy it if you can, you know.
Gabe in particular, he had kind of a pencil sketch of an idea in his head of what would become Steam, but it was clear that Team Fortress Classic and then later Counter-Strike, it was fundamentally the thing that we were really attracted to was our ability to ship content directly to our customers. I mean, there was a set of business goals that ended up being part of Steam, but fundamentally it was a bunch of game development goals that it was servicing that were so attractive to us.
It was a very weird time. Like, I don't think people understand how many times we would go to people and say, no, you will be able to distribute software over the internet, and have people just say, no, it will never happen. I'm not talking about one or two people. I mean, like 99% of the companies we talked to said it will never happen. Your retail sales force will never let it happen. But also people would say users aren't gonna want this, right? People want physical copy. Like, there were so many bad faith arguments that were being made. Retail sales is not the goal, right? It's actually an impediment that it's somebody who sits between you and the customer.
And we ended up going out to the...
I mean, I love a good big box PC game, though. And I do miss them a lot.
Finding this company called Applied Microsystems. So we ended up hiring most of the original Steam team from that other company to build initially this sort of in-game advertising streaming model, but then there was the epiphany that, hey, it's just bits. Why don't we just download whole games this way? You guys go off and do it.
The decision to not only use Steam to ship Half-Life 2, but actually to require Steam, even in the versions that were purchased at retail in a box, was the most interesting decision of all those, because it turned out to be an incredibly important decision for the future of the company. And a lot of us were nervous, and a lot of the people who had been at Valve for a long time, since the very beginning, were the most nervous about that decision. And so it was one of the rare exceptions to our decision-making process usually, and Gabe had to really step in and say, no, actually, we're doing it this way.
I remember coming to work in the morning, working on Half-Life 2, which meant that, you know, by the time you go home at night, me being a 24-year-old idiot, all I wanted to do was keep working on the game. And, you know, I started just making the game work on multiplayer, right? You know, mostly just working on prediction, like what would it feel like to have a gravity gun on a multiplayer setting, right? Getting physics objects to work. You know, it was just curiosity. Scott Dalton saw me working on it, and he's like, I'll make a map, and then we play. Put the map up, we started playing in the office in between, you know, builds of Half-Life 2, like playtest. And I remember Gabe walking by my desk, and I remember him going like, what's that? And I said, oh, it's Half-Life multiplayer. And he's like, show it to me tomorrow. And he just walked away.
I think that is one of the advantages of the general cost we always pay to keep our code in a single code base. So when we're working on TF2 and Half-Life 2 at the same time, at that point, we're paying this continuous cost in Half-Life 2 for the fact that it's built upon an engine that's designed to do multiplayer. But it means that when you get to this later point where you start asking, well, can we build multiplayer deathmatch out of this? Like, the code's all sort of built upon fundamentally a client-server sort of foundation.
Definitely the most entertaining thing that you could throw at somebody that happened to be scattered around the world was picking up a toilet and hurling it at someone's head, and then having that show up in the upper right corner of your screen with name, toilet name, was very satisfying.
I wanted to work at Valve so bad.
Selfishly trying to.
I wanted to work at Valve. Yeah, they're not like this anymore.
Get the game ported to multiplayer, so then we can release the tools, the SDK, ready to go. Like, it meant like mod makers could just immediately start making multiplayer game mods, rather than waiting for us to do it or someone else to pick it up.
we were so heads down
Keyword
working on
wanted,
what we were
yeah.
working on, we didn't really get a chance to play the train station.
I remember that was one of the lessons that came away from Half-Life 1 is like, we need to be building these games backwards in a sense. The first thing we're going to put in front of people is the thing we built when we're as good as we can be at it. You know, we know our tools and things like that. And a lot of the anxiety over, are we building a good game, was behind us. And I felt really confident, yeah, we're building a really good game.
We're entering the Gare d'Austerlitz. And this train station is very important because it's one of the main inspirations for the train station of City 17 where the player starts. The reason why I'm using a Parisian station produced by Eiffel, who did the Eiffel Tower, is that there's an identical station in Budapest.
Train station's the last bit we worked on, right?
Yeah.
And we always want to build the start of the game late, as late as we can, because we understand our game at that point.
In general, the train station was a really interesting problem.
That doesn't look familiar to me. That doesn't look familiar to me, this specific area.
We understand our game at that point.
In general, the train station was a really interesting problem because it was basically one big choreo sequence intended to deliver atmosphere and story and background and sort of set your expectations for the world.
Yeah, that might be from an early
level
2004
designers
build.
who were
is
really
what it
good at
looked
this
like.
stuff figure out what was a good experience, and then we were kind of always there to provide dialogue, acting, stuff like this guy.
I think it was pretty clear too that we wanted to provide incentive to the player at this point about how people were being mistreated, about how bad the situation was here, and kind of start to trigger that righteous indignation early.
All this stuff is fun to look at, but you just assume it doesn't move and you can't
D1
interact
Train Station
with it, you
02
can't
from
pick
the
it
leak,
up.
which
Because
doesn't
all the
load
stuff
on
we're
the
gonna do later, the
unmodded
gravity
leak. Well,
gun
that's
and
why I've
everything,
never
like,
seen it.
First we got to start just mundane stuff like that food, you know, that little empty bit of food.
I mean, it happens like the moment you leave the train, wind comes and blows all the trash away.
Doing it everywhere.
You can see the Vortigons
sweeping
sweeping. It's like guy pushing it on the cases, on the
and all those
suitcases.
things fall off.
Yeah,
and you
so
can
like,
pick those up and.
we were like, if it doesn't have to be bolted down, just make sure that it gets knocked over.
It can move.
This guy looks vaguely familiar. There's something about the way he walks.
It's like a beer drinker.
Who would have thought Barney has the capacity to go undercover, right? Like that seemed to be, you know, above his pay grade, above his intelligence pay grade from the get-go.
Look at that beautiful animation. But where does hat go? It's gone. Something is not right here. Magical combine tech.
We were trying to figure out how to get people to figure out how to pick up things and do things. And we were all just sitting around, because we've been having this problem for weeks, racking our brains, and I think Robin had a Coke can on his desk. And at some point I got frustrated, and I smacked it off his desk. I'm like, well, you pick that up then. And everyone kind of sat around. I was like,
I just found it just an immensely satisfying piece of like a storytelling and world setting. You know, we got to use our physics tools and the choreo tools, and all of those things blended together into this very simple, clean moment.
Like the Can Cup is perfect also because while it's teaching you how to manipulate objects, it's also telling you something about the Combine themselves and the Metro Cops.
And your relationship.
Right? Yeah, so like it was a twofer, right? We got those two at the same time.
Physics is going to be a big part of our game. By the time you left Train Station as a player, like you understood that and you come to appreciate it, because we couldn't wait until you got to Ravenholm before you found out how awesome physics is. If you'd had any kind of weapon, I think they would have had to kill you. And we found the longer we sort of held that away from ourselves, the more we were forced to come up with stuff that was still entertaining that you could do. Like the raid is a whole, you know, in the tenements, is a whole thing that could work because.
Then why did you take it all out with Half-Life Alyx then? Why did you remove all of it from Half-Life Alyx?
I could only run.
We don't very often force the player into a very specific set of actions. That's one of the few times that we had to learn to really corral the player, and I think it ended up being pretty successful. Like, I think the consequences for sort of not following on the clear path were...
What do you mean it's still there? No, they cut like 2 hours of city exploration from the start of the game.
Get in here, quick!
Taylor, you promised to make more vids on Half-Life Alyx beta? Yes, and then I got in trouble.
So when you build a world, I start with the infrastructure. What's really interesting for me is what is not visible to the tourist, which is the courtyard, the backyard, the shafts, and the smokestacks, and the wires. And every city has this whole existence, and people are usually blind to it, and we tend to look at storefronts, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it came down to art direction. I mean, Victor was very familiar with all that, the look and feel. There was certain patterns and certain, iconic shapes that anybody who lived there could pick up on. They're like, oh yeah, my grandmother had that dress, or whatever. And my parents are from Argentina, and so they have that kind of sensibility, but a lot of it came down to the reference gathering, which was from Bulgaria, from Paris.
We have these buildings that again have back courtyards. They have big staircases. They have attic spaces, cellar spaces, and the apartments have big windows and thick walls. So this was providing already a lot of context for people who can hide in these apartments.
Help me! Stop! We didn't do anything! They'll be looking for you.
If I was ever in Sofia, Bulgaria, I would probably lose my mind and then die. It's just mundane, normal, everyday bullshit, but the whole time I would be walking around like, and then die.
You'd better run.
I remember that we wanted to have the player see proof that the Combine were evil people, not that they were gray in any way, that they were objectively the bad guys. And then we had it to where you go upstairs, and then we really carefully and intentionally framed the reveal of the world to where you see the Citadel front and center, and it's clearly in an alert state.
The four of us, the City 17 Cabal, we'd done City 17, which is a bunch of hard problems. We'd done Ravenholm, which is a different set of hard problems. We were like, 4 months from trying to lock down the game or something. I mean, it was really late. I may have the dates wrong, but it was really late. Mm-hmm. And there was a bunch of gameplay that was in there that hadn't really received a lot of development.
We were coming from working with pretty much every tool in the game in C17 to going back to basically you have a pistol and metric ops. Not much really. Yeah. So John Guthrie and I absolutely love exploding barrels.
Avoid Sofia, it's a bit too modernized. Yeah, okay, but canonically City 17 is Sofia, Bulgaria, according to Half-Life Alyx, is what I'm saying.
So we just used them absolutely everywhere we could. We set them up. We loved ragdoll magnets and physics. It's just one of my favorite tools. It's basically you have a point in space that when a character dies, they turn into a ragdoll, and then you have a ragdoll magnet that says, okay, if there is any ragdoll in this radius, pull towards me, and then you can give it a strength. And so if somebody dies in an especially dramatic location, you can have an especially dramatic death. And we just use that absolutely everywhere. I mean, you can use it to just pull someone directly down. So in that bridge, the train bridge, I put magnets directly beneath their feet, so it looks like they just, like the planks beneath their feet broke and they just fell directly down. I mean, they died from a broken plank, which doesn't make any sense, but they looked pretty cool. It was so orchestrated, I guess, because we didn't want it to, we didn't really have a lot of time to have a lot of bugs come out of it.
And it's one of my favorite parts of the game. It's to this day. Root Canal is one of my favorite chapters in all of Half-Life.
Our team was the one that did the Citadel. You know how I said that there was multiple passes on the product over the course of the thing? Well, Citadel had almost no pass. And we were thinking about Street War, and we were like, well, we just had this incredibly intense, Strider fight. How are we gonna outdo that, especially when we only got a month to do this thing. We then came up with the idea of like, well, what if we made this just be your god, and this is the reward. You've won the game. Enjoy. We're gonna like break all the rules and let you be god for a little bit.
Picking up, the enemies as ragdolls and throwing them around really came out of that development tool, because you could pick them up and move them around, and people are like, I don't know, that's pretty fun. Why can't we do that in the game?
It was either a week or a
Root
day.
Canal is the level I load up every time I get a new mouse, keyboard, monitor, etc. Same. I play around a TF2 on Harvest. I play through Portal 1, and I start Half-Life 2 at Root Canal and just play until I get bored, which is usually when I hit Black Mesa East and I don't feel like sitting through all the set pieces.
It was incredibly quick. I had every single mechanic of the Citadel mocked up. The Combine Ball was actually a very, very heavy watermelon that would bounce around and eventually break up. I had spikes in the wall that you...
Wait. I gotta write that down.
could skewer them on. We had electric fields that you can throw them in. We had the zero-G fields that they would get stuck in, and we had ripping off the machines off the walls. All that stuff all came together within an incredibly short period of time, just a couple days. Very shortly after.
So just like Zen's, the Citadel came together real quick.
People were like, we were having a real hard time with the AR2's alt fire, so maybe we'll just steal this because it's kind of cool, and we'll bring it earlier in the game. Game development never does this. It never just materializes out of nothing in that short a time and is just something that everybody's excited and happy about.
What was the AR2's alt fire before that? It was like a flare, right?
And it just it felt really good to be a part of that.
I started working on trying to find another source of funding to keep Valve going. I started working on a deal with a big publisher that was for Counter-Strike 2. So we're right there, ready to sign. We're really kind of running on fumes at that point, and then get a phone call and they're like, yeah, we changed our mind, we're not doing the deal. I remember one conversation with Gabe, which is he was like, so how fucked are we? And I was like, well, we're kind of screwed. We could probably reformat everything that we're doing, but it means we lay off people. And we still had the huge uncertainty of what is going to happen in the lawsuit. Immediately started chasing another publisher, and were able to get a deal done with another publisher for Counter-Strike 2. When we got the deal done, Gabe at that point was super into knives, and as the deal gift for the parties, he built a knife that was inscribed Counter-Strike 2. And so the deal structure was, after we ship Half-Life 2, if you decide that you don't want to keep moving forward, then you can just decide to terminate the deal and we'll pay the money back. That ended up happening. So maybe a good choice, because it took us a long time to ship Counter-Strike 2. So that we got done in probably May of 2003. And then through some more depositions, Vivendi figured out that we had gotten this new infusion of capital and kind of lost their mind trying to figure out how did that happen, because it was clearly part of their strategy was running us out of money.
But what we decided was, hey, let's focus on the real nub of this and the thing that's going to lead to a resolution.
No, they're talking about Counter-Strike 2. They're talking about Mindley's Counter-Strike 2, which was spiritually became Tactical Intervention. It was a very different game. Vivendi is dead, yes.
To decide that we were...
I worked on their Day of Defeat and Day of Defeat source games. The move from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2 level design was going from 4 walls and a door when a house to having built realistic environments and everything had the purpose and fit in the space you were in. It really thinned out the number of level designers and slowed mod development. Oh, okay.
Right.
Welcome.
About the
Welcome to the
cyber cafe business, and also to decide that we were right, that if you were distributing these properties without a license, that's copyright infringement. You know, we had asked for information about what they were doing in Asia, including Korea, and they, I think, to try to make our lives more difficult, produced a big chunk of documents in Korean, that were in Korean. I mean, everything from email to contracts to you name it.
And one of the things they were doing is just dumping huge amounts of discovery on it to force us to go and just have somebody go and look through it. It's like, oh, look, they ordered sandwiches again, right? It has nothing to do with the lawsuit. It's just an attempt to overwhelm us with tens of millions of pages of documents on the assumption that there's nothing in it that will be particularly problematic for their case. That will eventually just we'll either spend a bunch of money, which plays into their hands, or we'll just eventually give up because it's finding a needle in the haystack. And then we found the needle in the haystack, and that changed things quite dramatically.
Really?
It just so happened that there was an intern, summer associate, who was a native Korean speaker. And I said, Andrew, hey, can you look at this pile here and can you just tell me what's in there?
I would guess that particular intern probably went through a couple thousand documents that day, and only one was consequential.
And they said, well, there's these other emails between these vice presidents where one says something like, hey, we destroyed those Valve documents like you asked. And I said, are you sure it says that? And I said, yeah, that's what it says. And so, of course, that led to a conversation between me and the lawyer for the other side about, hey, it looks like your guys are destroying evidence. What's up with that?
So some Korean interns saved Valve software?
He wrote back.
And it was born out of Vivendi's like sheer confidence in thinking, well, give them millions of documents and they won't be able to find anything, and they'll waste it. Wow.
Like your guys are destroying evidence. What's up with that?
Mark Laidlaw uploaded a non-AI upscaled version of Free TVs. Excuse me? Oh my god. Cool. Glad. Good.
They wrote back and said, you're out of your mind. Whoever translated doesn't know what they're talking about. And I talked to Andrew again. I said, well, it looks like we're going to have a kind of a fight about this. Are you, we're going to need an affidavit from you about your translation. Can you tell me a little bit about your Korean skills? He goes, well, I'm a native speaker. At UCLA, I majored in Korean language studies. And I said, that's good. That sounds like we're in good shape.
The assistant general manager in Korea sending the letter to the general manager of Korea saying, I have destroyed those documents related to the Valve case as directed, which I think is one of Carl's happiest moments as a lawyer in his entire career. Just like stuff like this never, ever happens.
I did a lot of lawsuits for a long time. I never saw anything like that. Never. Maybe there was document destruction that couldn't be proved, but that was like, we're talking about it in writing. I'd never seen that before.
At that point, Judge Zilli said, all matters of fact are now, according to Valve, you don't get to contest any of those. Now we're just discussing how much you're going to have to pay and what the damages are.
And Gabe was
still pretty mad. He was mad. He really didn't want to settle. He was mad enough that he wanted to keep going. But I remember sitting down with Carl and having a conversation with Carl, and I was like, so Carl, what do you think? Should we settle at this point? Is the right number? And he was like, well, you know, there's this old saying, there's a difference between being a pig and a hog.
Carl was done with the deposition, and that was the only question I asked him to ask that particular witness was, is Half-Life 2 being replicated and shipped to retailers? He said yes. And that, the relief was, hey, no matter what, at least the game's going to get out to people, which is kind of a, that's a pretty unusual way to find out from your publisher that they're shipping your game to retail.
Oh.
You know, I've kind of been thinking about this for the last few days, and you know, what if there was one thing that I can point to that made us successful over that development period? And I think that it was really this culture that Gabe created, where we were hiring people that were senior enough to be managers, but also passionate enough to still be individual contributors. They were willing to stake their credibility and their name on these big features, and sometimes spend years working on those features.
Yeah, and it was like, you know, 6-7 days a week, you know, 10 to 14 hours a day.
It wasn't always, I would say, a good 18 months at least, but a lot of good memories though. I mean, everyone in that room has such great sense of humor. Like we knew each other's sense of humor, we trusted each other, respected each other enough that like we could rib each other without, you know, like stepping on each other's toes and stuff, and it just worked pretty well.
It was just bigger, more pressure, but and I think that seriousness, in some ways, there's still humor,
I want one.
But that
Oh
seriousness
God, I want one.
kind of infuses into the game. You feel it's a heavier game.
It's the most cohesive product feeling I can think of at scale that we've done
They
as a
only
company.
signed 3?
The whole company was just
Fuck.
aligned and got it done.
I think back on this experience, and it was a really hard time, but I feel super grateful because we were supported to make the very best game that we possibly could, and given the time to do it, we're going to ship it when it's done, even when we made unreasonable promises about when that might be in advance. And it was also at a time before the game industry was quite as specialized as it is now, where people got to wear multiple hats and contribute in all these different ways. So it was a rare life experience, and I'm really grateful to have been part of it.
So I heard there was new episode 3 art in this.
Yeah, man, part of the fallout of Half-Life 2 shipping was the realization that we can't do 6-year-long bet the whole company bets over and over again, and if we get it wrong one time, we're a big crater in the ground, as Gabe would say. And so we started to think about episodic releases.
The first idea when they pitched it to us, like, we're going to do this episode of content, we'll do one every how much? 12 months?
Yeah, we were going to have like
One a
alternating
year.
teams
Yeah.
coming out every year and a half, something like that.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, this is neat. But then, yeah, it just got out of hand.
Oh shit. Aftermath concept art.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, this is neat. But then, yeah, it just got out of hand.
So when they decided to start playing with episodic content, the promise for me that I felt was we can build smaller pieces, denser pieces faster, and we know what we're doing. We're going to be really good at this.
So a lot of it was like, you know, do more with less, like keep a bunch of the existing stuff and retweak it to make some new interesting scenario. Like probably the biggest real new thing for episode 1 as far as technology was just having Alex with you throughout the entire thing and having her behave in a way that was believable and fun. You know, she's with you for a few distinct parts in Half-Life 2, but they're always pretty heavily scripted and not really in combat. Having her there and able to actually be a useful companion, so there's a lot of little tricks that we
did we go emote only?
to try to make that as fun as possible for players. She doesn't have supernatural knowledge. She's not like just finding things without you lighting them up. But like if you throw a flare out or you look at them with the flashlight, it's like, okay, she's going to go for that target because she can see it.
Y'all really care what I think
cranking
about this.
on that, and it took forever. Like we were not just partying, hanging out.
No, I was
that
pretty
was-
much crunched that whole project. I think.
Yeah, we were crunch mode, and then
no.
same thing with episode 2.
We started at the same time as episode 1, and so we
damn,
ran
there's just so
for
much-
an extra year that way, which allowed us to stretch and push more.
So the hunters were initially something that we wanted to have a more sort of frenetic pursuit built into the design of the character. So it was really focused on, at the time, creating a creature that could follow the player into more types of spaces.
One of the questions was, how do we keep Alex out of your way during this really intense, high-action scene where the player has agency to make whatever decision they want about where they want to be inside the house and that sort of thing. And that's when we got the idea to have her sort of camp out by a window, and she would fire out the window and let you know if she saw any hunters or soldiers out that window.
Feeling
And
nervous.
if the player started to spend time at that window, she would find another one to go be at.
I mean, so Dario Casali was trying to create this final fight in episode 2.
The Striders always reminded me of AT-ATs in Empire Strikes Back. And of course, we wanted something fresh because just rocketing a ton of Striders wasn't going to be a bit repetitive after a while. So that's when we started collaborating, talking about the Magnuson device and the hunters and how would those all come together to make this sort of an overwhelming 25-30 minute battle set piece.
The citizens and the hunters, and to a lesser extent the Strider, are all secretly in cahoots to create this tension, because what we always wanted was gotten the Magnuson device on the last guy. Are you going to be able to shoot it? Oh my God, the rocket's going to be destroyed, and then boom, you hit it, so that when everyone comes out running, you really feel heroic.
You have the car and you have a big space, and you're not guided anyway. You have to go and take care of this threat in a way that you think is best. I think it pays off. It makes the player feel like, I did this myself. I wasn't guided by a level designer at all, because we give them so many options, right? You can
On a
you can kill
360
the hunters
controller
with
was my first
driving
time.
a car into them. You can pick up a log and throw at them. You can pick up a Magnuson device and throw it too soon, and they'll shoot it down. You have to learn. Oh yeah, I have to kill the hunters first. You can use rockets to kill the hunters. You have options, and you have time and you have space, but we dial the tension and the pacing up pretty slowly over time.
Yep.
It is pretty cool, all the kind of cinematic destruction stuff that happens in there.
It was so hideously faked, because basically we would send a Strider who would do that sort of the low scuttling run, and he would just sit there and wait, just staring at this building until the player could see the Strider plus the
until it was
building.
framed up
He would
correctly.
literally sit there forever.
I didn't
But we
know that.
dial the tension and the pacing up pretty slowly over time. The playtests we like the most is when the Strider's, he's getting ready to shoot.
We have 10 minutes left. What the
the
fuck is
rocket,
everybody
and then
going
the last
on about?
Magnuson device goes off, and then he's done.
I'm nervous, guys.
Nice one, Freeman! We did it! We held them off!
People were failing left and right, and the team was calling for the map to be cut.
Wow, yeah, I took a lot of heat for that.
And
both of us did.
Yeah, we had to see it through.
We were going to do an arc of 3, of course, because that's just how you think of stories in those terms. And then you want the high point to come at the end of the second one. And Gabe at one point saying, "Who's the important character you're going to kill?" I'm like, "Lamar is going down. This is going to be it. I want I want episode 2 to end with Lamar floating into space and everyone cries." And Gabe's like, "That's not good enough."
The episodes were, a lot of that was an experiment on what's the right amount of episode. Episode 2 was longer than episode 1 and bigger, and people liked that better. But
it also took longer.
It took longer to make, and people didn't like it as much as they liked Half-Life or Half-Life 2 kind of scope, right?
Yeah.
So by saying episode, are we solving a lot of problems here, or are we just making a sideways trade-off. You know, I think that's maybe the way I felt about it.
Even into episode 3, I still don't know what that would have been if we'd built it, because it hadn't been built. That was the feeling of excitement of something I can't even imagine is going to happen with as a team. I was not like imposing like a top-down, this is what we must do to tell our very important tale. You know, it's more like, oh, we have new features? Like, how do we use, what kind of story can we do with these now?
Well, I worked on episode 3, and I was working on this gun called the ice gun that basically let you create amorphous shapes out of ice. So you could like raise a little ice wall in front of yourself. It would be attached to the floor, and then the Combine soldiers could shoot holes in it, and it would shatter and break, like kind of like glass, I guess. So that was the primary mode of you could build ledges for yourself to get down, you know, cliff faces. It had another mode that was like a kind of like a Silver Surfer mode where you would extrude the ice in front of yourself and then run along it and use it to cross gaps, go over chasms and things like that. What else do we have? It was set in the Arctic because it was around, centered around Borealis.
I remember the little blobby, squishy.
Oh yeah, Brian was working on the blobs. So we had the isosurfaces that we ended up using in Portal for the paint. So we had that as an enemy. It was a blob enemy, and it could change its shape, and you could choreograph its shapes with some content tools. And then it could also split into little hoppy blobs that could, they were almost like little head crabby things, but they were, you know, they were little splats that would hop around. And we were doing all kinds of stuff with that. It could pass through grates.
You know, you could get more gameplay out of something where you had maybe a couple of creatures with simpler behaviors.
Oh yeah.
And then you would spend time like combining them with other game mechanics.
Story was never the boss of anything. It was always the, you know, we worked on a peer-to-peer thing. We were all gonna, what can we do? What do you think would be cool?
It was still a collection of like playable levels in no particular order, and a collection of story beats and story concepts. And we were still like, probably another 6 months we would have had a critical mass of like mechanics, and then start putting them in a timeline. I think probably a year and a half easily, you know, depending on how ambitious we got. Could have been, you know, 2.5 more years. Yeah.
Probably. It's hard to be a lot less than 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we were 6 months in on it when we moved to Left 4 Dead. I don't know, we were moving at a pretty brisk pace too.
I thought that we needed to go much bigger on episode 3 or do something else, because I don't know if this is the right way to describe it, but element fatigue. I think we had really explored a lot of what made sense in the Half-Life universe and setting.
Arcane was building the Ravenholm game, and even they were having trouble doing cool new stuff with this tool set. And like, if those guys can't figure out a bunch of cool stuff to do with this, I think we're running out of fuel.
Episode 3 is coming along. It's like, well, what's the new big thing here? It's got to be bigger than all the stuff we just did. You know, even episode 2, and it's like, oh my God, you know, it just becomes.
Are we allowed to cry in this documentary? That's what I want to know.
Left 4 Dead needed kind of an all-hands-on sort of an effort to ship, and so we put down EP3 to go help Left 4 Dead, and it was a really tight shipping schedule, and it required a lot of work from everybody to get out the door, and it was worth it. I mean, it was.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead came out.
Left 4 Dead came out great, but it took long enough. And this is the tragic and almost comical thing about it, was it took long enough that then by the time we considered going back to episode 3, the argument was made like, well, we missed it. It's too late now, you know, and we really need to make a new engine and, you know, to continue the Half-Life series and all that. And now that just seems, in hindsight, so wrong.
Yeah.
You know, we could have definitely gone back and spent 2 years to make episode 3.
And you can't get lazy and say, oh, we're moving the story forward. That's copping out of your obligation to gamers, right? Yes, of course they love the story. They love many, many aspects of it. But sort of saying that your reason to do it is because people want to know what happens next. You know, we could have shipped it like it wouldn't have been that hard. You know, the failure was, my personal failure was being stumped. Like I couldn't figure out why doing episode 3 was pushing anything forward.
But yeah, I mean, some of those people made Left 4 Dead 2 and then Portal 2. So
yeah, we did other things instead.
It's not like that choice would have been free.
Right.
In terms of the players, like they may have gotten that and not
given up something
else. Yeah. So it's hard to say.
But a lot of us have been doing Half-Life for 8+ years.
We saw a bunch of really compelling reasons to go explore more multiplayer-based projects too, because not only just what customers were doing, but internally, you know, we found ourselves wanting to play a lot of multiplayers.
It sounds silly to say it because we're a relatively big company that has a bunch of stuff, but we're not that many people. There's 300 something people here, and so we're working on a bunch of different projects, and it's like, you know, people are passionate about Portal, people are passionate about TF, people are passionate about Left 4 Dead and Half-Life and, you know, CS and Dota, Deadlock. I mean, there's a lot of things there, and you know, I also work on our hardware, so I've worked on Steam Deck and the original Steam controller and a tiny bit on VR. Unfortunately, for any decision we make, somebody is going to be unhappy, but hopefully we're making a bunch of people happy with the choices we do make.
If it weren't for the episodes, there'd be no such thing as Dota. And I know that sounds really weird, but it was the things that we learned in developing the episodes that led to, you know, Team Fortress, to more rapid updates.
I think everybody that worked on Half-Life misses the working on that thing, but it's also hard not to be like, man, I've seen every way that you can fight an antlion or, you know, whatever. And so you want to, like, you know, get some space away from it until you can come back to it with fresh eyes.
It was easy to think about VR being a vehicle for Half-Life because that was a big technological innovation and kind of a core reason for that product's existence. And I think, like, one of the things we have internally tended to attach to the Half-Life IP is innovation. Gameplay innovation is oftentimes enabled by a technological innovation. Clearly there was a ton in Half-Life 1 and 2. And so, yeah, it's an interesting challenge moving forward to, like, think about what that means for future Half-Life stuff, for sure.
The ending of Half-Life Alyx is somewhat a self-critical realization, so that was super satisfying, and all credit to the people who are specifically involved in that decision and those sets of designs. I think that Half-Life represents a tool we have and promises made to customers to capitalize on innovation and opportunities to build game experiences that haven't been involved previously. And I think...
No fiddlesticks. What now?
Okay. I can't even begin to process what the fuck I just saw. I have been up since 6 a.m. What the crap? Didn't cry. There's a sound effect at the end. I don't know what it is. It's a button. It's crazy that all of you are still here watching this with me. This is a lot to unpack. Wow, they really went nuts with this. They really... Check out the last Gabe quote, though. He said something interesting. Yeah, so he's saying Half-Life is an excellent tool to be able to explore gameplay experiences that our customers, speaking from their perspective, have yet to experience. And given the current state of the games industry, there are quite a few of those opportunities in front of us, or available to us. Before that, Scott Dalton said, you know, there's a lot of challenges that we want to think about when looking at what a future Half-Life game would look at. Those two sentences put next to each other is deliberate because it's what's being done to end the documentary. So, you know, combine that with the leaks, you know, the data mines or whatever you want to call them, about HLX and all that stuff. I think what I say at the end of my latest video, which isn't out yet, sums it up pretty well. Where is it? Where the fuck did I render this to? Right here.
NPC behavior, NPC AI changes. Half-Life Alyx.
This is a patron cut, and it's not even out on patrons just yet.
Can run on a frickin' toaster now and crazy stuff going on. And I am the most excited to be a part of the Valve community than I have been ever. I was very excited to be right about HLVR, but the caveat that it was VR only and required a huge budget to buy into did kind of sour the whole experience. This isn't that. This is something that is more than likely going to run on the Steam Deck, or maybe the Steam Deck 2. It's going to, obviously, oh my God, I can't even keep my thoughts straight. I'm so excited for this. I've been waiting around for years. I have been doing this channel since 2011. This is the most excited I have ever been for the future of Valve software. And they don't even like me. All right, so this is an ongoing conversation.
So, I gotta think now about how I'm gonna turn today into a video, you know, because of the party that I had. It wasn't a housewarming party. We kept calling it a housewarming party to hide the fact that it was a surprise 50th birthday party for my father-in-law. Because I didn't want even the slightest chance of somebody telling my father-in-law that this was a surprise birthday party for him. Because he, it's a long thing, but he grew up in a house that never did birthday parties, didn't do holidays, and so we wanted to give him a nice experience. And we have been planning this we had been planning the party for 5 months. We had a lot of different things I had custom old maid cards printed of all the family members with like a little joke describing the person. So like Electra's cards said like Dwight's favorite. Dwight, it's Electra's dad's name, you know, and you know, like we decorated the whole house like a Western saloon because he's like really into that. We called his mom and Electra's grandma. And we got recipes of all his favorite stuff, and we've spent the last couple of days cooking different things that, you know, it was a big deal. And it just so happened to be today, unfortunately. And there's nothing I could have done about that. So, So I wasn't able to stream this while it came out. I'm very happy with that documentary. I think that's probably my favorite thing that Danny's ever made so far. Danny, if you're hearing this, that's absolutely phenomenal work. I think what I'm going to have to do... Oh my god, we've been streaming for 4 hours. I think what I'm going to... I streamed for 4 hours earlier today. I think what we're going to have to do is take this VOD, make a highlight reel out of it, like all my reactions to things and insights into things. That'll be tomorrow's video if I can get it done in time. Tomorrow is my brother's actual birthday. It's 26 tomorrow. And I know what I'm getting him. I had to have it specialty ordered to I can't say what kind of store in case he's listening, but a specialty second-hand shop, and that got delivered. I have to go pick that up tomorrow, but so my interpretation of the epilogue of that, right? So all of that is them talking about the development history and the hurdles and the experiences of Half-Life 2, and Danny did an absolutely incredible job weaving everybody's perspectives to tell a narrative of the development of Half-Life 2. Combine that with all of the real deep dives into the backstory of the game and unseen development assets and archival content. It shows a version of Valve that we got glimpses of last year and during the development and during the release of Half-Life Alyx, but it feels like it's far more, it's more fully formed now. And I think through the sum of its parts, alongside what was being said at the end of the epilogue, what I got out of that was episode 3, Half-Life 3, that's a meme. Everybody wanted it, we didn't deliver it. Why didn't we deliver it? Here is the actual reason why we didn't deliver it and why we never went back to it. And that was a mistake. We now know, in hindsight, that was a mistake. Obviously, there were caveats to calling it a mistake, blah, 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 but they're publicly admitting that it was a mistake after explaining what happened, which it's very simple. Left 4 Dead happened. So then pivoting, and for a very short period of time talking about it from the perspective of looking forward, not looking backward. Combine that with HLX, Half-Life 3, and everything we know about that, all the vehicle simulation, the surface simulation, the thermodynamic, physical-based simulation stuff. It's like a wink. It's like a, it's like they're winking at us, Yeah. I'm not sad. No, I'm tired. I'm just kind of deep in thought. I have a lot to think about. And I have a couple videos that I want to make in response to this, out of a response to this. I also have, and this is true, I have a Half-Life 3 leak video done, or like recorded. It needs overlay work done, but like the next HLX files, the next data mined HLX report is it's right here, right? It's good. It needs like 4 hours of editing work, and then it's good to go. You know, so I already gave you a little look. Do you need anything to help production, like donation goals? Well, we already hit a donation goal earlier today on stream, in case you weren't around for that. We raised money to buy a new CPU and motherboard and RAM for this computer, so you know, I'm good for now. I'm not going to have time to go to Micro Center and buy the stuff. Does the contents of the documentary impact the CEO lecture, the CEO Man lecture? Well, I haven't even started writing the CEO Man lecture, so not really, but obviously we'll be taking that into account. Yeah. Wow. That's just, that's. So the ice gun is from a larger thing called the weaponizer, and the weaponizer did more than just ice. It did ice and fire and I think gas, and that evolved into thermodynamic simulation in the 2013-2014 Half-Life 3. So I'm so tired. Okay. Well, I got to keep in mind, right, that there are going to be people that just kind of like compile the episode 3 stuff real quick and throw it up on the internet without context. They showed the weaponizer for 1 frame. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it. Not now, Engineer Gaming. I'm literally, after like 8 or, oh, I threw a birthday party. I streamed for 8 hours. I'm done. Happy Half-Life Day, happy Red Letter Day, everybody. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm tired. I'm tired. And I would like to sleep for a little bit, if that's aight. Because I'm tired. I'm tired, McVicker. But you have 1,500 viewers on YouTube? Yeah, and I'll probably have 1,000 tomorrow. Like, that's fine. I appreciate that you're here. Excuse me, I burped right into the microphone. But I've been going all day, so... Snort some coke and keep streaming. Lick my taint and then die. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I don't want to snort coke, though. Next YouTube stream will be 500 viewers tops. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That came out of nowhere. I know. I'm sorry. The simple premise of more is enough to keep me tuned in. Yeah, well, no more. No more.